Okay, I reject your reality. I substitute my own. You promised that you would make it to Orlando douchebag. You're not coming to Orlando douchebag, and that kind of screws everything up.
All right. Listen, you're now in Indianapolis. You're a lot closer to where Brian is right now.
Yeah, that's true.
Than Orlando douchness.
Very true.
Let's see. Let's plan this shit out. Okay, let me get my maps up. Google Maps has stopped working. You piece of shit.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, apparently someone has porn bombed Red's Google Maps.
That'd be Red himself, probably.
Yeah, he'll show up in Dildo, Newfoundland, then.
Come by chance?
Yeah.
Chance ain't involved in that.
Yeah, well, yes, there is, because that's the name of the town close to it, and they're all on Conception Bay.
Exactly, yeah.
I mean, it's just, go to Google Maps, find Dildo, Newfoundland, and look at the other town, village names and that, because there's Conception Bay,
Would that be next to Mangina Bay and Doucheville?
Conception Bay is named after the Immaculate Conception.
Yeah, it
doesn't matter.
And the best thing is it's Newfoundland, so there's actually
They
no
just
irony.
didn't realize it when they named everything.
Yeah, there's no irony involved. It's Newfoundland, so it's like,
Actually, since we're mentioning irony, we went to Walmart earlier today to pick up some stuff, and the people of Walmart. So we're standing in line, and the people in front of us. There's a woman and another woman and this guy, and the guy has, we're talking, so much body hair on his arms.
Oh shit!
Fur, basically, that you have expected him to raise his arms and start going. It was that kind of level of fur. So I looked at her and I said, "So, what do you think, honey? Do you think he's probably a creationist?" And she just died laughing. And then lo and behold, his wife or whatever turned around and on the back of her shirt it said that damn mustard seed quote.
Oh
You did not die laughing in line.
Oh man!
And of course, all the women were wearing long skirts and had long hair. Yeah.
Oh, that Heavy wasn't there. He would have really added some more entertainment with all that hair.
But yeah, we're talking like Robin Williams levels of fur on the arms.
Yeah,
Maybe not quite Mexican Wolfman, but very close.
I was just wondering, does Bigfoot actually wander as far south as Texas?
Apparently.
If he has cousins in the Himalayas, perhaps.
But I didn't know Bigfoot was balding on top. But my wife stipulated
the one in
that
the
it's
Himalayas apparently is.
Yeah, my wife has stipulated that it's just named.
That's so hilarious.
He might be related to like the folk monster in Arkansas or whatever, Texas or whatever,
Burger Shuffle. Okay, we're still in the stupid.
I don't think Texas has any folk monsters.
Yeah, it's the folk county. It's in Arkin, Texas, or whatever the fuck that town is, the border town between Arkansas and Texas or whatever. The one that was the Legend of Boggy Creek was based on that movie.
Oh, okay. I've never heard of that one.
Yeah, they have their Bigfoot there who lives in the swamps and shit.
Don't you have the Chupacabra coming up from Central America as well occasionally?
I was going to mention that.
Those are just dogs with mange.
I look terrible. Yeah. Here, Brian, in the sidebar, you'll find a map of Bigfoot sightings in relationship to national parks.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Driving around Colorado, there are places where you will see Bigfoot signs just as you would any deer or other Animal Crossing sign.
I know, but just go take a look at the map and you'll find it hilarious.
Yeah. No, just go and take a look at the map and you'll find all the places Aaron Ra's been.
Yeah.
I was about to say. I was about to bring that up.
Yep.
Aaron Ra is Sasquatch.
Oh wow, yes, those are definitely Aaron Ra sightings.
Yeah, it almost makes it look like a Johnny Cash song. I've been everywhere, man.
In fact, looking at it, it only looks like Colorado, or is that what's the one just to the right of Colorado? Is it Omaha or something?
No, it's to the left. Colorado, everything's to the left now. Remember that, Brian.
I'm trying to think here.
Yeah, I just thinking that there's a
was on
void
a,
of
I was on a
sightings
backpacking
immediately to the right of the Colorado blobs.
That's mostly Kansas.
Oh, is it?
I'm looking at this correctly. Montana, Wyoming, Colorado is dead center. Utah's on the left-hand side towards Nevada. So yes, that would be Kansas and Nebraska. Which is all basically flatland.
Was what I was thinking of.
It's all flatland. That's why you don't see Bigfoot there much.
Yeah, it's all drain. It's all.
And it would be too hot.
Drainage, isn't it?
Yeah, it'd be too hot in Nevada because of the desert. But he does show up in Texas. And he really loves Florida. That must be where they get that swamp monkey thing from.
And he makes a sound that scares everybody. It goes blah 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 blah.
Our Bigfoot was debunked a long time ago.
What was it? Swamp gas?
No, some douchebag that owned a airboat ride park theme thingy. Basically, it's a shack and a dock. It's like, hey, pay me money, and I'll give you a ride on a fucking airboat. I'll bring you close to those deadly gators and shit like that. And it's right on Alligator Alley, and apparently he was the guy that faked it.
Wait. You have Alligator Alley?
Yeah, Alligator Alley.
Wait. You have Alligator Alley. We have Tornado Alley. Can we trade?
As long as you don't have an Ala tornado or something like that, like a Sharknado.
Alligator tornado. Don't say that too loud.
Make a movie.
Sequel to Sharknado 2.
Oh, you were also thinking of Sharknado. Damn it, I was about to say that.
There's 3 Sharknados. We need Gatornado next. Yeah.
Guys.
Gatornados. Hey, that has a ring to it. Gatornados. NATOs.
The polar vortex has them all beat.
Polar bear NATO. What?
Yeah, it's a
polar bear NATO.
It's a tornado made of polar bears.
I think the Croconado might be actually scarier.
Croconado.
And I can come up with a song for that one. Croconado. Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
In a world where people are content with Sharknado, we bring you Croconado. It's just like Sharknado, only twice as fucked up. Why? Because we can.
Yeah, but Redline, when the polar vortex comes, you won't see it coming because it puts its paw over its nose, so you don't see the black spot. I'm not. Sorry, Heavy.
I had sci-fi.
Do that. They lay in the snow on the ice floe, waiting for seals, and they cover their nose, so the seals don't see it.
This dude's driving with what I can only assume is a dash cam. Good on you, sir.
Yep.
Good old cell phone.
No, he's wearing a bike helmet with a GoPro strapped to the top.
It's a cam cap, damn it.
There we go.
Oh, cam cap. God damn it. No,
just the old cell phone.
Yeah, we have to wait while Red has his moment to be an elitist. Which reminds me, I still have to do something about getting that car. Oh, Han, did I tell you about that? Oh, I'm going to go get a Lamborghini shell and put a 4-banger engine in it and invite Redline to drive it.
Blasphemy.
Take it to Niagara Falls.
Yeah, just stick a 2-stroke in there. That'll take care of them.
I couldn't help but hear Red in the background going,
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, she liked that one.
Yeah, exactly. Damn. So.
All the way to 511. We're getting close to the end of the shuffles to download.
Hey, heathens. Would you at least put the little device in that dumps the oil down into the exhaust system? So when he accelerates, it blows black smoke out the back, so he's rolling.
Ooh, that sounds great.
Now that would be embarrassing for you, Red.
That reminds me of the YouTube video, Do You Smoke?
Yeah.
Hey, lady, do you smoke? Do you smoke? And then she goes, yeah, okay, stand by. And then fucking Cole rolls the shit out of her.
By the way, I haven't seen this shared anywhere.
This? You can't share this. We're pre-recording off air.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is off air pre-recording for now. I'm just going to add it to the end of my list when I air it.
Oh, because it says live up there.
Yeah, it's recording as unlisted.
Oh, okay, got you.
Yeah.
Incidentally, the way that you set something so it's recorded but unlisted is you only share it with one person. This one's shared only with 13 heathens.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So sharing it with 13 heathens, I can still record it, but it comes up as unlisted. That way, if anything were to go wrong, I'd be able to do something about it, and then I can actually change it to private afterwards. I mean, to public afterwards, rather.
Yeah. I had a suspicion you were doing it for this one, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah. But, yeah, that's why we're in a normal Hangout. That, and I'm still downloading the shuffle so I can start the, like, what is it going to be, like a 4-day fucking broadcast at this rate? Holy shit. I'm not keeping a running tally yet.
Well, I hope that guy doesn't see this video and then like considers my sexy eye patch as like a potential fuckhole for him.
I don't know. I'm starting to think that there's somebody that got, given the ability to flag shit and whatnot that shouldn't be, or I don't fucking know. I'm just speculating at this point. I don't know if they still are doing something like the deputy program, but if they are, then it could be somebody associated with that that's fucking
No,
shit.
the deputies could only flag videos and not use the captcha key code.
I just gotta say I don't sanction skull fucking, sir. So don't take it the wrong way if you see my eye patch here and you're thinking I'm into that kind of thing.
Well, you never know with these people.
We'll just think you're trying to be Snake Plissken.
I heard you were dead. That was on today.
Oh, really?
Oh, cool.
That movie's always on.
Escape from New York or Escape from L.A.?
New York.
New York.
Okay.
Although I will tell you, LA has grown on me over the years.
I was about to say the one that people actually watch voluntarily.
Hey,
Well,
LA
I think LA is better than it was initially received as.
Yeah, because it's a parody of the first one. Like,
Yeah.
if you go into that knowing that movie works really well. It's a parody of the first movie.
Oh, come on. Who can't love a Pimp-mobile with chandeliers for headlights?
And Peter Fonda fucking surfing.
Oh.
Wait a minute, chandeliers for headlights? Did I hear that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is so badass. I've got to try that. Yeah, all right, 13. If you're gonna fuck with me with a fake Lamborghini, make sure there's chandeliers for headlights.
No, it only really works on a caddy.
God.
Red?
Okay, I can see that. I can see that. Okay, 13. New rule. You gotta fuck with me with a fake caddy.
Yeah,
Okay.
when they're driving the car across the bridge, they put barriers on it so he can't drive off Manhattan. So as he's driving over these like railroad ties, the car's banging up and down, just shaking the chandeliers.
Yeah.
It's the best part of the movie.
If you've never seen Escape from New York or Escape from LA, watch Escape from New York, then get drunk and watch Escape from LA.
Okay.
It's a good method to go into it. Yeah. And Escape from LA is the best because at the end the anti-hero essentially sends the fucking world into the Stone Age.
Yep.
Just because he doesn't want to be bothered by anyone anymore.
Yep.
Well, more than that, at that point he's a straight-up hero because the U.S. has become a evil totalitarian theocracy.
Yeah.
I've got them both on my hard drive.
You know, there was supposed to be another one.
Oh,
Yeah.
Escape from Earth.
I'm actually getting G+ notifications on this fucking tablet. God damn it.
Yay.
That's all right.
I don't actually want G+ notifications because I just keep getting fucking bombed by people who still think the Earth is flat. I didn't know there were so many of them.
Oh, it's fucking horrifying, isn't it?
I'm like, how many are you?
Well, looking at the funding, there are so many of the fundies who are coming out of the woodwork, being geocentrists and questioning
Flat
everything
earthers.
nowadays.
Redline,
Yeah.
what you need to do, dude, is go into your app's settings and turn off notifications for that.
I am going to do that right now because this is fucking bullshit.
Yep.
And now they're bringing up 9/11. I'm like, oh yeah. Who can watch two planes crash into two towers and be like, oh, well, if you think that was the cause?
Tower 7, man.
Okay, so I just turned off notifications. The G+ logo went away. Yay!
There you go.
Yay,
Yeah.
fuck you, Flat
Oh.
Earthers. I ain't dealing
Hey,
with your
Sam.
shit while I'm on
Hey,
vacation.
Sam.
Hello.
How you doing?
Hey, Sam. Greetings from Indianapolis, Indiana, literally the shithole of the United States.
Why
Well,
are you in Indy?
because of something I really don't want to be a part of, so I'm choosing not to and remaining at the hotel.
Does anybody here realize that Redline left Orlando, which he calls a shithole, and then went to Indianapolis, which he's now calling a shithole?
Yeah, but he's calling Orlando his shithole, Indianapolis the shithole in the U.S. There is a distinct
Yeah,
difference.
it's this shithole and that shithole.
That's all he ever does is go one shithole to the next.
Well, yeah.
It's like some kind of fetish or something that he has.
Well, I mean, this is why he talks about things being either the U.S. or not the U.S. The U.S. is kind of the shithole, apparently.
Yeah, exactly. The only non-shithole that I've actually been to is Cape Canaveral, and that's only because they launched shit to space there.
They're cool motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Oh, so Cape Canaveral gets rid of its shit.
Yeah,
Throw
once
their
Cape
launch into
Canaveral,
space, yeah.
once Cape Canaveral gets rid of their spaceport, yeah, it's just going to be like any other shithole. It'll be a shithole.
You mean it'll go back to being a shithole?
Yeah, it'll go back to being. My apologies. It'll go back to being a shithole. Now it's not a shithole currently, and it's as long as they keep that shit up, they're good. But as soon as they stop, all bets are off. Of course, the biggest shithole is the shithole I live in, but I'm actually starting to miss it now because that's where my computer is.
Aw.
Damn it! I miss having my big ass monitors and my powerful system. I'm stuck on this fucking tablet with a 10.5-inch display. This is bullshit.
Like driving a
this is
Lotus and then being given a Prius.
revealing to me. Who knew?
Well, I actually
that Redline
finished.
was a coprophiliac.
Well, I just finished watching a series on Netflix, and I was basically I Netflixed the shit out of this show. And as soon as I finished the 2 seasons, I was like, "Yep, that's it. My life is now officially over."
Okay, there we go.
Yeah. By the way, completely recommend Knights of Sidonia. Awesome fucking anime.
I was looking at that. I wasn't sure.
Actually, you're right. It is pretty good. The second season of it, I wasn't as happy with as the first because I think some of the elements in there are kind of, and it's teetering on the edge of the rails by the end of it. But it might, I don't know. It's still worth a watch.
Yeah, it's good. I actually liked the second season. Yes, it wasn't as good as the first season, I will admit, but it's pretty damn close.
Okay, we've made it to 6/9/15.
I just got tricked by dogs.
If you're working on Netflix, you got to check out. There's 2 series on Netflix that you got to check out: with Sense8 and Daredevil.
Wait, hold on a minute here. Red, how did you get tricked by dogs?
Wait.
Sense8 scene.
Hi.
Agreed. Hi, Red.
How did you just get tricked by dogs?
Because they were barking like crazy, which they know they're not supposed to do, so I opened the door to yell at them, and they were doing that standing there like, there's someone out here, come look. Well, as soon as I got out there, then Kaya goes and runs and grabs the ball and brings it up, and it's like, Mommy! Like, fuck.
Fake.
All right, so we found a ball.
They faked you out.
Throw it. How are we going to get one out here to throw the ball for us?
Yeah.
Her ass got owned.
Yeah, now that the intruder's gone, you can throw it, Mom.
Yeah, I have the headset on, so she can't actually hear. Normally, so.
I know, we're being pre-recorded, so the live.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I can just pan it over regardless. But
and that traffic noise is loud.
hell, I could change the audio back to standard, but I'm not right now because fuck it. I'd have to actually switch browsers to get this thing to work properly, and the other browser's doing all the damn downloading. Every fucking shuffle ever.
If I get too loud, y'all let me know and I can mute.
What'd you do?
Actually, Brian's traffic sound was augmenting your video, making it sound like traffic in the video.
Yeah.
And then he muted it all, and the effect went away.
Ah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, dude.
Huh?
I was just expecting a train to chime in any second.
Okay, we're currently at 145 gigabytes worth of shuffles.
Like crap.
Yeah.
That's a bit.
Yeah, pretty much.
But did you hear the 2 shows I said you need to watch on Netflix?
Sense8 and
Daredevil.
Daredevil, yeah.
Yeah, Sense8 is a little wooey, but still worth.
No, it's very wooey.
Yeah, way
Well,
too
But I'm
wooey.
fine with woo in fiction.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
Love me some woo in fiction.
yeah.
But until the people start believing it and think that, oh, that's real. So,
I'm a comic book nerd. I love woo.
oh yeah, but I've actually met people who believe the science in TV and movies.
And those people are what we call idiots.
Yeah. It's really unfortunate because she was really good in bed. But anyway.
Hey, crazy fuck's good.
It does. Damn it. Damn it.
Oh, they.
Gotta be sure to kick him out before they decide to plant roots.
Yeah.
Hey, Redline, do you want something new to play with other than flat earthers? I think he muted himself there.
Yep, he must have stepped away.
I'll save it for later when he's back. I got something good. And it's new, so there won't be a lot of people who are hooked onto it yet until they read the book.
I've been bitching at a climate denialist.
Hey, Jello.
Jello.
Good morning.
Hey, baby.
It is.
Hey.
Actually, no, it's still evening for me. What's jiggling today, Jello?
Good answer. Good answer.
He probably just woke up, had no coffee, no beer, no pot, no nothing.
Oh, that was definitely
Yeah,
fine.
you just named some things that I can't live without. Mostly the coffee and the beer. But
Yeah. That reminds me, I must drink coffee.
Yeah. And with YouTube, the weed really helps.
Yeah.
Well, you know, just in case I want to be at the same level of intelligence as the generic person who is on the Google Tubes for the Great Debate, I just get insanely high, and then I can understand why they say the retarded shit they do.
Yeah, just for the time being, just as a reminder to folks, do not invite. Sorry, make sure you only allow people into Hangouts that you've invited. Do not post links, period.
Yeah.
Because porn bombers.
Fuck everybody else.
Yeah, I don't understand, I don't understand why people find that to be fun.
I don't understand why Google actually rejected my counter.
Yeah.
You know, seeing as it wasn't fucking visible.
It's not so much it's fun, it's the shock value.
It's fun to them.
No. It's not the shock value when they're sitting there reporting when they're sitting there porn bombing you and reporting you for porn right after.
Yeah.
It's the fact that Google really doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
That's what it breaks down to.
Yeah, it really is.
As much as they want to pretend that they have really great customer service, they really do not ever fucking had great customer service. They just don't give a fuck.
No.
You got to actually bully them into seeing your way. Otherwise, they just don't give a shit.
Well,
you have to be PewDiePie for them to actually actively review your content.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well,
that's because
I will toss one thing out here is they have a divided thing. They have crappy customer service for their free products, excellent customer service for their paid products.
And that's why I'm using my paid account now.
Yeah.
Think what would happen if they actually put a number up for everyone who had a problem with Google. Call them at.
Yeah, but this
never
isn't.
stop ringing. You'd be on the phone waiting for 48 hours to talk to somebody.
And you know what? I fucking would.
Yeah.
Hey, heathens, do you know who did this?
We already got them thrown the fuck off. We don't know who they were outside of the SOC.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah. And Dave S. got hit as well, so.
It's ridiculous because you can get people's channels taken down for not even anything like porn, like just a weird flagging issue of any kind, like a guy I know in sort of the circles I travel in on YouTube he had a channel. He was like the nicest guy. He had nothing that was objectionable at all in any of his fucking videos for years.
Yeah.
But he had his whole channel just taken down, just wiped out, just because someone decided to be a dick.
And they enjoy being a dick.
Exactly.
They get lulls.
Yeah.
Yep.
They're sick human beings. They really are.
Yep.
They're why we can't have nice things.
See, and that's what what I don't understand is because maybe it's because like I genuinely get gratification out of having a life, but I don't understand how like trolling with porn bombing. Like I don't understand how that gives like gratification. Maybe I'm just like
child mentality.
Yeah.
Because child mentality, they have not matured past the age of 5.
Well, the thing is, considering, it was my channel and then Dave S's shortly thereafter, there's a part of me that's wondering if, people are trying to get rid of people that are critical of religion.
Yeah.
Or woo.
Well, Dave S doesn't go after woo, does he?
No, not specifically. He goes after. He does bring up a lot of thought processes that lead to woo.
Oh, okay. Well, who knows?
That's mostly what he's interested in is his thought process.
The thing is, if I could figure out what the angle is of this frickin' dipshit porn bomber, I'd know what videos to start making.
Yeah.
Because I'd go out of my way to start going after whatever the hell it is their pet cause is.
Yeah.
Full fucking force, 24 hours a day, eight 15-minute videos a day if I had to.
There is no angle. There is no pet cause.
There's always an angle. It could be a very it could be the simple fact I want to cause chaos and misery and make everybody feel as bad as I do. It could be as simple as that. But you have to know that once you know their agenda, quote unquote, their angle, then you can control them. I mean, it's easy to control an altruist. You just give them trust.
Because, you see, these people might not even have an agenda. This person might be someone who's connected to someone who doesn't like you.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
But they are a useful tool no matter what.
Yep.
Now, the problem is that they're actually targeting live streams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem.
And seeing as the first wave seemed to have come over from Twitch or something like that, what I'm considering doing is grabbing my little shuffle playlist, loading up a game, putting it on an idle stream, and streaming on Twitch for, 8 days straight. Under the idea of Shadow Heathen.
Yeah.
Just to say, fuck you, look at me.
Seems weird though, because like the stuff you do, you're not necessarily attacking anyone specific.
No,
you're not necessarily jumping on anyone like a lot of the other people in the community do. So it's kind of weird that anyone's even bothering to target you.
Yeah, that's what kind of got me. It's like, what the fuck?
Maybe it's completely random.
You told me you used to play Ultima Online.
Yeah.
And what happened in that game when they added the player versus player?
It pretty much started with it.
Okay, but
it was a matter of what happened when they took it away more so than when they added it.
Okay, but when they did have it, people would form small groups and go find somebody, beat them up, and take their stuff.
Well, no, actually it was different than that. What would happen is there'd be somebody that was a player killer running around, and the second you see a name that was red, everyone would chase them to the fucking ends of the earth because, like, yeah, I get to kill somebody. Well, if you were fairly new and you didn't know what you were doing and you saw a body there and you went, oh, what's this, and went to move something inside the body, your name turned gray and everyone would wail the crap out of you.
Okay, my point is, those people attacking you were not attacking you because they're attacking you, not because of something you did, it's because you were a target of opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
No other reason. No rhyme or reason. You're just
at the
there.
at the same point, and I'm going to be a dick with this for a second. At the same point, Nadia's still running hers, and hers are open to everyone, and she posts the link.
Exactly.
And she's not been targeted once.
When you join the room, you are not broadcast. She's learned that lesson.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be broadcast when you go there.
And they may also go to her channel and watch it and laugh, and they don't have to do anything. They enjoy
Yeah,
watching.
Nadia's one of those people that you just need to do. You don't need to do anything. You just look at it and go, yeah, no more damage needs to be done here.
Right.
That's an honest statement. That's an honest statement.
Yep.
I'm sorry to say it kind of dickish, but yeah, I'm redlined. I have no other way of saying it other than dickish.
There is no other way of saying it, to be honest.
You don't butcher the lulls cow. You milk it.
Yeah.
Yeah. When you've got Von Helton as one of your regulars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck off, yeah.
Even
If you see a
Simon.
train wreck coming, you just sit back and watch the train wreck.
Yeah.
Yep.
Pretty much.
Even
the whole thing was a train wreck, and it's been a train wreck, and it was a train wreck consistently, 8 hours at a time, 3 times a day, every single fucking day. Didn't matter if it was raining outside, didn't matter if it was a holiday, it didn't matter, who gave a fuck what day it was, who gave a fuck if the sun was even out or not. Nope, there's a train wreck going on right now on Nadia's channel.
Yeah.
What killed me is how she would accuse people of stealing, participants in her hangouts. Like if somebody else having a hangout at the same time, I'm like, give me a fucking break. Come on.
Like she fucking owns people.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean.
It's like, well, when am I supposed to start hanging out? When you have them on all the fucking time.
That's actually the same right to fucking say she has the rights anyways. I mean, give me a fucking break. Most people don't want to participate in her hangouts in the first place, let alone stealing them away,
I followed an invite link innocently enough, and I thought it was Jackie who sent it, and nothing on Jackie, I blindly went, followed the hangout link and went, oh shit, this is Nadia. So I stayed for 20 minutes, just kind of listened, talked a little bit, and it's like, yeah, this is everything that it was.
She had. The funny thing is, she had a big thing against me for a while, and had some of her little followers coming to harass me at one point. And the kicker is that this was after I told her why I wasn't going to be allowing her in Hangouts, and she was like, "Okay, I understand." Because at that point, it wasn't even anything personal. It was just like, my subscribers don't like you. You start talking for a while, and they start leaving.
No, it's like fucking nails on a chalkboard to me.
No, I'd have a viewer count of 12, 16 people. She'd start talking, it'd drop to 8 within a few seconds, because people are like, no, done.
Well,
I'm not that kind of person, but if I was in any room with her and she started talking, especially going on a long spiel, I'd just fucking jump right out. No, I can't even listen.
Yeah.
She blends the depressing nature of listening to monotone with the depressing nature of bitching about every minor detail that's wrong with her life.
The thing is,
I understand she has a tough life, but if I ever wanted to slip my wrist,
I had this conversation with her the day after a shuffle in which we were all having a great time cutting up. She jumps in there, and she's like, I have a joke, too. And we're like, oh, okay, a joke, go ahead. By the time she was done telling her quote, joke, most of the room was ready to slit their damn wrists.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
She has that effect, doesn't she?
I got a joke.
I got a joke, and then it's like 3 hours later, and you're like, oh, for the love of fuck, just stop.
No, it was just
stop.
not funny and incredibly depressing. It was like, how the fuck is that a joke? I mean, a joke doesn't start with, well, one time when I was being gang raped. What?
Oh, never
Over
mind.
the top, fucking dramatic shit that makes people fucking.
I'm sorry. Something makes me want to hear Nadia tell that story, and then on the other side wants me not to hear it.
No, definitely don't want to hear it. No.
Just imagine the person when she said, well, it starts out with, well, I was being gang raped, and the fucking person fucking cracks up laughing in her face. Like, imagine having that person.
All right, listen. This is also for the people watching at home.
Oh, yeah.
If you go into a Nadia hangout, just do what Isaac Asimov does when he goes to a party. You have a few drinks, you grab a few chicks, and you leave early.
Because he has no social skills whatsoever.
Yeah. All right. Let me just ask an honest question here, and again,
honest answer. I know this game.
God damn it. Okay. Does a person that basically casually throws out gang rape every now and then as if it's no big deal do you really believe that particular person was actually gang raped and that they actually had that traumatic experience?
Okay,
That's hard to say.
Okay,
wait, hang on.
But you do have a great fucking point, that's for sure.
I'd start off by saying that it depends on context, but when somebody's claiming that they've been gang raped well over 200 times and they say conversationally, there's something fucked up there.
Yeah. Okay,
And
red line.
It doesn't really matter that that may have happened. It's also if it comes up every bloody time, it's it's whatever.
Well, yeah, it's like somebody
Red
may
line
bring
lives in.
it up just for
as long as it's
time.
especially when it's followed by, and you can also you can give me money on Patreon.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
It's all
every
about
time.
them.
Yeah, I
everything.
mean, as far as incidents of rape goes, gang rape, I would imagine, is probably one of the rarest.
Yeah.
So
But
for
over
one
200
individual-
times?
So one individual to be gang raped 200 times by what age?
What, 30s maybe?
Yeah, it strikes me as kind of wanting on the feasibility scale.
Yeah,
Hold on, guys.
the notion of asking for it and what were you doing at the time that might have provoked this is normally something that I'm like, oh no, you don't do that. But when you're in a scenario like that, it's like, might you be doing something you shouldn't at this point?
So I was going to say, if you put yourself,
I was going to
in that
say, what kind of
situation,
party
then
does
down
not
the road, call it rape,
Did she actually keep a diary? Like, did she keep a record? Like,
fuck if I know.
I heard an
he would
interesting.
not go down that road.
I heard an interesting statistic on this topic. Apparently, 9 out of 10 people enjoy gang rape.
What?
That's a great
fuck?
show. That's a fucking great show.
Jello,
So,
I think.
so it's either one of two things I'm hearing here. Either it's either she's completely full of shit or she's actually bragging about it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's like, so
Or-
rape me, I'll help you.
Or trying to garner sympathy.
Sympathy.
Yeah, there
usually
is
that's
a
such
third
a
option. I
traumatic
forgot
fucking
that.
event. Such
You
a
are
traumatic-
absolutely right. There is a third option. She's trying to get people to open up their wallet and pay pity
Right.
money.
Yeah.
All right,
Did
guys.
she do porn?
Or another
gang rape,
option, she still hasn't figured out that getting pass out drunk at orgies is a bad move.
Every
So, I mean,
time
you
Nadia
put yourself
says
in that
she was
situation.
gang raped, all you
Gotta
have
keep
to
that-
do is subconsciously replace the phrase, "this time I was gang raped," with "this one time at band camp," and then see how the story applies.
Yeah, she's got to keep that Mountain Dew money flowing.
Yeah.
Mountain Dew and fucking Cheerios.
She's as bad as Josh Furgenstein.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, we've had enough of this. Let's move on to another topic.
Okay, we just hit an all-time low.
Yeah,
Mhm.
we might have. It's time to move on.
Well, I'm not unsympathetic, but there gets a point where
No, of
you
course
have to
not.
move on.
Oh, at this point, I just stopped giving a shit. I will.
Yeah.
Not Nadia can come to me and say, "Don't you care? Don't you care?" And I'll be like, I'll send her a picture of a desert, and I'll be like, "Behold, this is the land in which I grow my fucks. Lay thy eye upon it and see that it is barren."
Well, the thing is, there was a point not too while ago that a friend of mine, who shall remain named Lenny, actually was suckered into sending her, I think it was like a couple $100, and then he found out shortly thereafter that somebody else had sent her $5 freaking grand.
Yeah.
And
Jesus.
wow. This for a while.
God, oh, lucky.
She was still money grubbing after that and was like, oh, good, I can live off this for a while, as opposed to doing anything to try to make her situation better with it.
So that's why she was named Cunt of the Week.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's why she was named Cunt of the Week.
Yeah, and that's the
damn.
problem. She won't grow a pair and get up and do for herself.
No.
Pardon my
No,
language.
she's
Well,
lazy.
well,
No, this is intentional.
Wait, hang on. No. Let's be nice and cut her a little bit of slack there.
Well, you can only cut slack for so long.
Wait, come on. Let me go there. Now, a bunch of people were offering to try and help her out or get her situated in a trailer and this kind of stuff and try and help put her in a position that you could try to turn her life around.
Yep. I know.
And although there had been a number of people that had made this offer before, these people finally coaxed her into doing so. And they got her a plane ticket and all this other stuff, and she did end up doing something about it. So what she did was she got on the first plane and she landed to where she was supposed to do a transfer. There was a 1-hour layover, and she then missed the second plane because she was too busy in a fucking hangout on the internet. But then when they paid for another plane ticket to get her the rest of the way there, she did eventually get there. And she's apparently done nothing since. Never mind, the story's useless.
Yeah.
No, but it speaks volumes.
All right, I just want to point something out here to Heavy. Heavy, how well do you know Nadia?
I don't really know Nadia that well, but going by
Okay,
what that I've seen and heard, no, I cannot accept what.
Okay, because you just told her to grow a pair.
No, she doesn't. No, those are gone. Those are gone. She hasn't been in charge. She offers to show it
to cut her some slack.
I meant it figurative.
Actually, that slack has already technically been cut, and she offers to show the outcome of it to people all the time.
Damn it, you stole my joke.
I just looked at her Patreon. I can't believe that she has 11 patrons. There are 11 people who are highly idiotic out there.
What amount is she at now?
187 per month?
187. It's gone up. It was at 250 last time I checked.
So
you know, the boy can only
wait,
cry
did you say
wolf.
wait? Did you say 187 or 287?
187.
Oh, it's gone down then. Good.
Hold on,
guys.
guys.
Darn.
Yes.
Ethan, what's the special thing that you give your patrons every month?
The special thing I give them every month?
Yeah, it's that special channel you have, right?
Well, actually, what I had been doing is whenever I do my off-air recordings for the clip shows, I give them access to the clip shows. I also have offers on there that if they want an intro or outro or something like that featuring one of the puppets.
Okay, all right.
I'll do one of those for them.
Hey, don't lie now. You've already offered a hand job with the puppet.
So basically, if someone's your patron, they get something else in return.
They can, yeah, if they want it. I mean, nobody's really requested yet, yeah.
So when you're Nadia's patron, what are you getting in return?
You are getting to be in her hangouts.
Do you get like a video? Do you get like a video intro where she falls asleep and starts?
No,
snoring?
you get nothing.
You get to watch her sleep.
Oh.
She doesn't have amounts in there or things that you get at certain tiers. None of that.
Nadia's
this conversation's basically making me want to take a shit. I'll be right back.
Fuck it. I mean, at my top tier, I'll make you one of my goddamn hats, like the shaman hat. Fuck. Granted, that cost me about as much as I'm threatening to charge, but you know.
Yeah, it's like the boy that cried wolf. You know, you can only cry wolf just so many times that people are gonna say, "Screw this."
Yeah.
Like I said, I figured Nadia out pretty quick when I first came here because I know somebody just like her.
Yeah.
Like you can basically pick them people out, and it's like you can have no sympathy for them after you realize what kind of person they really are.
She's a whore.
For attention.
Attention.
Yeah, for attention. Yes.
But she's got that Brett Keane effect where she keeps suckering in new people, right?
The attention whore and you know.
Woe
is me attitude.
Hold on, Logic.
Well, that woe.
Brett
What she does is. What she's done, though, in terms of the number of patrons and this kind of stuff, I know a couple people that had briefly been patrons of her. I mean, one of which we all know, Annabelle Pfeiffer, and she'd been a patron of hers for a brief period of time. And then, well, in one of the hangouts, she's sitting there in the sidebar bitching about how nobody helps her, nobody does this and that, and she's like, "Wait a minute, I've been donating money to you for months now. What the hell?" And she's like, "Oh yeah, but you don't really want to help me." And she's like, "Well, fuck you. I'll stop that."
Right. Exactly.
Oh, that was good. That was a good choice.
Yeah. Annabelle's a bit.
Yeah, like once I heard.
No.
Somebody donated to her, and she said it wasn't enough.
Annabelle's a patron to quite a number of people, and I'm a little bit of a slut too, so nobody criticize her.
No, nothing to But like once I heard Nadia say, "Well, they gave me so little, it was practically nothing," I'm like, "That's just fucking."
It's about as much as you fucking deserve. What I mean,
exactly.
Honestly, she doesn't like. All she does is operate an open room. I could fucking do that. I do plan on starting
anybody who's
a
unemployed
Patreon.
fucking deadbeat.
Well, hang on a second. I'd like to think that most people that are my Patreons are doing so because I was putting a lot of work into the stuff with the puppets and all that. Unfortunately, it's hard for me to do that right now, and I appreciate the ones that are hanging on, waiting for me to finish my recovery and this kind of stuff. I'm trying to do other content as well, and I'm a little fucked because the old channel's down right now, more or less, in terms of doing most of the stuff that I used to do on it.
Yeah.
But at the same point,
there's Dan.
The majority of them, the majority of them is like, here's $5 a month. I don't care if it's, $5 or $50. I appreciate every bit. I mean, I was sitting there thrilled when Para threw $1 at me because he could at the time.
Yeah.
Now, granted, he's in that 5 category right now, but I appreciate every one of my Patreons. I don't care how much it is. It's just they're saying we appreciate what you're doing enough to contribute financially.
Well, I mean, if I had the money, I would definitely donate, because here's the thing: you have something to fucking offer.
Yeah.
Like, that's the big thing, right? Is like, there's a reason why I go to your hangouts. I would, step over Nadia's dead, quivering body to go to your hangout, because you're actually, you produce and host things that are, I don't know, fucking enjoyable. And
yeah, there's only so many hangouts you can go to where, you're going to be sitting there just arguing with theists. I try to provide a place where we can go, not have to worry about all that bullshit, and just sit back and relax. And maybe sometimes, when people are in the mood for it, a little bullshit, but generally not.
Yeah, and then you're sharing your writing with us, too. That's fair.
Yeah. Even then, there are rooms that are better than Nadia's that have lots of fucktards. Like Xbox, when he has a room open, is much better because he's okay with giving other people mod powers. And you don't have to, it's not even though it can resemble a clusterfuck, it's not as much of a clusterfuck.
For the most part.
No. It'll never be as much of a hang on, it'll never quite be as much of a clusterfuck because I will get in there and kick out Stizor.
Good.
It just generates enough people where you can have, engaging conversation most of the time instead of fucking having to listen to retards, for fucking 80% of the time.
Well, that kind of thing is, there are also times that I like to do thought experiments. Let's go with this scenario, that scenario, without some idiot sitting there and like, oh no, it's and arguing some theological crap. We can have thought experiments without them.
Yeah.
Well, you'll notice that I don't get I've stayed away from a lot of hangouts where I'm supposed to get argumentative with a theist over some odd subject because honestly, and by theist I mean more apologist bent, is because honestly it gets a bit tiring to deal with, people
and you get nowhere.
Yeah, it's just tiring to deal with people who are A, quite stupid, and B, just so off the mark from being right and do not care about, correction or anything about that. Because I've changed my mind on issues, and a lot of you have seen it happen in real time, and then I get accused of being, this person who's closed-minded to anything that isn't, stamped by some scientific authority, and it's fucking tiring.
Well, at the same point, though, there have been times that I'm in a room and somebody's going on about something, and I'm like, Sam, I don't know what the fuck, I don't know how to address this. Can you help me out for a few minutes? And he will. So, this is one of the reasons why I love Sam, is that, I can say, okay, they're talking about something pertaining to science that I have no idea what the fuck's going on here. And he'll come in, explain it, and then he gets bored and leaves.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm good with that.
Because I consider you a friend, and I know that you, when a lot of, I've realized by this point, I'm never going to convince, Tommy Hall or Nephilim Free. I'd be a fucking moron to think that. But what I can do is I can address people who, they may be like, this smells like bullshit, but I don't know how it's bullshit.
Yeah, I don't really care. Yeah, I don't care about the theist's argument in that case. It's, I don't know this. Come educate me. And that's my way of looking at it. It's like, come in here, educate me. The audience might learn something. They won't. But at the same point, now I know something that I didn't. And
I just got a question here. Am I the only person here who's ever had a rational discussion with Nephilim Free?
What was it about?
Those two things go together.
What,
Yeah,
what was it, what was the rational discussion about?
I actually had him on Skype once. Everybody else left the room, and I had about a 15-minute discussion with him about something that was actually just rational.
It had nothing to do with theology or religion or creationism or any of this stuff then?
No, because I managed to get him off of that and
Oh,
onto an actual topic that was something that wasn't related to it and was a rational discussion. And no one ever does
as
that
a
with
person, right?
Well,
I
I've
treated him
heard
like a
of-
person.
I've heard
Which
of
doesn't allow it generally.
That's because most people treat him as a target, so he automatically comes in defensive.
You know what? No, the first time I talked to him, I had no clue who he was. And he brought stuff to the table, not I.
He a lot of time when he's going into Hangouts, he's going in there to start an argument.
And he also goes in drunk. That's not fair.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
See that I knew Nephilim before I ever came to Hangout, so it was hard for me to even take him serious from the get-go because I'd seen his videos and thought this man is possibly mentally disturbed if he thinks some of this. Like I legitimately had thought that at one point before I ever came here and
I mean, it's
heard a shtick.
people like him. The fact that he has, granted his viewer base has, long since dropped
Collapsed.
off. But
But hold on. That's because YouTube got rid of all the sock accounts.
this is true. And but more to the point, someone like that was, you had Thunderfoot responding to him, and this is a person who is like legitimately, if not mentally ill, on the edge of it, and just he's an idiot, and he's a fucking loser as well. Like if you look at his life in, I don't want to say objectively because that's the wrong word, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But yet, because he's able to attract controversy, he's interesting to our, quote unquote community.
Yeah.
And like, I view that as sort of being some of the tragedy of YouTube, because like, no one should be fucking paying attention to what G-Man has to say. I mean, for fuck's sake.
But
Like,
that's what I mean. That small band of people that you have to consider, they actually listen to this person and think what he's saying is true. Like that's disturbing in some fashion to think that some of these people think this is legitimate way of thinking.
I think it was actually in one of Redline's Hangouts not too long ago. We were talking with somebody, and I think he might have been there, Logic, but I'm not sure. And somebody that was typing in the room, and they said that it was listening to Nephilim Free that converted them, and we were like, what?
I think I was there.
Yeah, and it's like they had no idea that he was a lying sack of shit. It's like, okay, we need to educate people about this.
Yeah.
There's a signpost up ahead. You have just entered the Twilight Zone.
How did Neffy actually manage to pull that one off? I'm curious.
I have no fucking clue. I think it's just because he spoke with such an air of authority.
well, I mean, why does G-Man regard Ronnie as his? He has said this, that he is the science authority.
Well, and Arcane. Don't forget Arcane.
And Arcane, and like these people, like Ronnie doesn't have any fucking clue what he's talking about. Like he says that, for instance, he says that he studies organic chemistry. I don't know of any program that actually is specifically in organic chemistry. In the country, like I know chem programs where you can take a focus in organic chemistry, but then he talks about stuff, and I'm like, that's not, like, I've taken organic chemistry. That's not how you talk about. Like, organic chemistry isn't labeling terminology. Like, that's
right.
If it was, I would have gotten, I would have gotten an 100%. Instead of the generous curve that we all got because the class is notoriously difficult.
I always got a real giggle when he claimed that Arcane and Rocket Ronnie were his science experts. Beckel was his biblical expert.
Yeah.
Nowadays, they're saying Dreas is going to be his philosophical expert.
See, it's like what
So
lunacy to the one person is actually coherence to another is sad,
Yeah, I've just got this schematic in my head, of like, for example, 13, decides to set up a Trekkie discussion group, and various people get assigned various aspects of the Star Trek universe to specialize in. It's just how, I don't know, just how that comes across to me. That's all.
Well, the thing is yeah, it's sort of like that. You know, he's ranking up his specialists. But the thing is that I've already explained to G-Man is that the people who actually have something that they're talking about that's legitimate, like Sam, or Fiona, or someone, or me, because I was able to show him an actual diagram of what I was talking about. That you could actually go out into nature, and then collect that information yourself if you wanted to, or you can actually just look up images of the stuff that resides in these regions.
Yeah, true.
And so when I explained to him, was like, all right, you see these people can actually show you evidence, physical items in the world that represent what they're talking about. These people over here have nothing in their hands to show you that represents the physical, there are physical representations of what they're talking about.
And a lot of people reject it.
Yeah.
Well, it's simple. Ask Ronnie about what type of experiment he would conduct to further his creation model.
Yeah, because there are none.
That's what you learn, right? Like that's the biggest thing that I've actually learned is not terminology or concepts or anything like that, but just how are you going to test it? Like that's the first. Like my PI is a fucking genius beyond genius, and it's not just because he has an encyclopedic knowledge. It's because the first words that come out of his mouth, if you have an interesting idea, is okay. How are we going to test that? How do we frame that into a paper, et cetera, et cetera? You know?
Yeah.
Exactly.
There would be one thing that would prove creationism, and we don't see it, is that in the fossil record, there would be modern animals with long extinct ones mixed in together.
But not that would
we don't see that.
That would just disprove evolution.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
It wouldn't necessarily prove creation because you actually have to show the part of creation that you actually have to show is you have to show an entity spawning the reality in which you have. So you have the ability. You would eventually have the ability to spawn fully formed creatures at some point.
You'd have to show that there's some, like, the way that I think about it is, right, like, how would I test that my computer was created by Apple? Well, you know, I can look at all of the parts that are an Apple part. I can go to the Apple factory and go, hey, those are identical computers to mine, you know, and ultimately I can conduct all of these tests that say, okay, it's probably designed, I know how it's designed, you know, et cetera, but you don't see the same thing for God.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Your conclusion was phrased in terms of probability there.
No,
Yeah,
hang on a
because
second.
you're never going to get certainty with
Exactly.
But here's the thing: is there is one way that creation or creationism could certainly be proven, and I've actually tried to encourage a few people to pray for this. And, you know, because if answered prayer is a thing as well, then go for it. You know, and it'd be beneficial to everyone. Just pray that everyone had little pixies in their house that did their dishes for them.
I
And
do.
if those pixies magically appeared and started doing everyone's dishes, there's your proof.
Yeah, I do. Every day when I go into the kitchen at some point, all the dishes are clean.
That might be exiled.
Donnie doesn't have any proof of that.
That might be
I
exiled.
can't prove that it's exiled.
But it's,
What was it? The only thing they had going for them at one time was irreducible complexity, but that's been disproved.
well, it's not even, you know...
I was trying to think of another thing.
It was never actually a concept. The thing
Yeah, it's
really.
one of those things where, like, they're like, oh, look at this, it's a sciencey sounding word that, you know, a guy with a PhD mentioned once. I mean, look, I don't want to be a dick here, but let's look at Michael Behe's publication record since he became a huge advocate for intelligent design. It's a fucking joke. I mean, and it's really sad because you look at his Google Scholar page from, you know, like before that period, he has some papers that get cited a lot. Like, you don't get a professorship at Lehigh without being a pretty bright dude. But, you know, it frustrates me because I think that his talent is wasted.
Yeah.
there's every indication that he was actually a very good biochemist.
Yep, but he was being a good biochemist because he was looking for something that would justify his belief. And then he's like, haha, you couldn't possibly reduce this. It's irreducibly complex. I'm going to make up this term and da-da-da-da-da. And it's like, well, really it's not.
Yeah, but
Meanwhile,
if you look at most of the early scientists, what we term modern day scientists, they were all looking for proofs to validate the beliefs they had. We still do it now. We've just changed the goalposts on what we believe.
I don't remember who it was, but I recently heard a really pathetic argument.
As a as a supporting argument or counter to that, the dodo bird, when it was extinct, science of the day did not believe that was possible.
Yeah.
For religious reasons.
Well, yes, because God wouldn't allow an organism to go extinct like that.
Right.
You know, I mean, if God created everything like they posit, then the unicorns would not have gone extinct. They just go boop and have a respawn point somewhere.
Well, I think that the big thing that Brian hits upon is that the goalpost of science as an institution has changed, right?
Yeah,
you're still gonna find people who are, look, if you have an idea, and look, I can tell you from firsthand experience, if you have an idea, and you want to spend a lot of time and money investigating it, you're pretty married to it, from an intellectual point of view. But there's something inbuilt into science where it just says, you know what, this just isn't the case, and I was wrong, and I got to go down a different road. There's some people that don't do that, and they are fraudulent, but it's thankfully we've built up more of a culture, I think, as scientists, where it's way more acceptable to do the former than the latter.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a very good case in point there is archaeology. I mean, you could get somebody who studies in Egyptology, studies the ancient Arab worlds, etc., 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 and takes it into their head to, I don't know, for example, try and find Troy.
Oh, hey, Sam, I've got something for you.
So, okay, they may not find Troy, but in the process of their trying to validate their personal beliefs, some very useful archaeology gets done.
Right.
And Van?
Wait, was that Van that said he had something?
Yes.
Go ahead, Van.
I just wanted to say something here before Van gets in.
Go ahead.
What he's had. The difference when you're doing something as a scientist, it's like painting a floor. You start in the corner and you paint towards the door.
Yeah.
Right? You have a way out of it. If it doesn't work, you have a way out. You don't trap yourself with it. The creationists and other weirdo idiots out there who can't get the pseudoscience right, they start at the door and paint themselves into a corner. Now they're committed.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they want you to say. They want you to commit to something so that you can paint yourself into a corner.
They are in the corner.
No, what they're saying is they want you to commit so you end up in the corner.
No, that's what I mean. They want you to commit to it. They want somebody intellectually honest to commit to something so that if, it does come back to where they were wrong or whatever, that, they can wave their finger in your face and say, well, the whole community's wrong and, this or this,
Well, the thing is that when you're talking...
Hang on. Let's get... Before we go too far off track, Van.
Okay, I heard something for the first time this week that kind of floored me, and I'm wondering if you've ever heard it. Have you ever heard of general or special evolution?
No.
Oh, is this like macro and micro? Only we've changed.
I was just about to say.
I believe it is actually reframing of that. I'm not positive. Though.
Yeah, it is. What it was. This was one of the guys on the Bible Thumping Wingnut show. This is Andrew Rappaport who said this.
Oh.
And he was saying, well, that depends. Are you talking about general or special evolution? Which I'm assuming he got his evolution and revelation mixed up. But I heard this and I was just like, what? I'd never heard that particular, variation.
Hell, if they accept the fact that they're accepting the fact that this category of one and the other are existent, it's fine what they call it. I don't care.
What the hell does physics have to do in that way with evolution? Are they trying to tie the two together or what?
No, it's a special evolution.
I'd love to know how special evolution is or evolution is defined.
I got an idea what happened here. Someone helped him understand what the difference is between macro and microevolution. and how they work, and they used words like general and special or specializing, and then he ran from there.
Oh, specializing, I can see.
Right,
where
specializing,
that, yes.
special, you know.
Yeah, traits, specializing in species, yeah. Oh,
Or to be
God.
specific.
Oh, that's just
yeah.
one
Is that right up there with the two different histories, and one of them is, oh crap, I forgot.
Historical
It's
science versus observational science.
That's it, that's it. Yeah.
It's like I've been dealing with Tommy Hall with this whole, well, variation is non-random, therefore designer. And it's like, my head hurts. Like,
I don't even. It doesn't even get them to the designer they want. You know, the immaterial designer who transcends the universe itself. It could be Plasmor, the plasma being who is eternal since the origin of the Big Bang.
I stepped away for a second, just came back, and my first thought, of course, is what? My second thought is, if there were some kind of creator, then obviously it used evolution.
Yeah. And
I mean, the only reason I can think of differentiating between general and special is in terms of relativity, and if that's the way they're going, then Para, yeah, you're absolutely right. They are so fucked up.
Yeah. The thing is that you have to, when you're talking to someone who's putting their face out there, so they're all into this concept, and you have to basically. You're negotiating them like you're negotiating a hostage. You're wanting to treat them decently, and in terms of negotiating like you're negotiating a hostage, in terms of how New York PD views negotiations, you don't necessarily have
the black
to
guy.
No.
Yeah, that'd be New York.
They treat the shooter with respect, and that doesn't mean
Unless
that they
he's
give
black.
him stuff.
Yeah.
Or that
I
they-
don't know. I still
Yeah.
think the key to opening minds is finding a topic in the academic sphere that actually gets them thinking creatively and wanting to explore further.
Yeah.
I couldn't
that's-
disagree more on that one. I couldn't think.
Really?
No, I couldn't disagree more.
The
I don't think it
mo-
really has anything to do with that.
Yeah, well, the most successful, in terms of having a conversation about what actually happens, is that you look and you show things that actually occur, and you say, well, do you see this, and you basically just you forget the terms, because terms that people will get them jumbled and that kind of stuff. People will try to create them as they want. And you just demonstrate the science. You just show what the science is, and you
let them draw their own conclusions.
No, I don't think
Yeah.
that's good either.
Yeah,
won't work.
that's
Actually
the
has-
problem, is when
that
they draw their
has
own conclusion.
I think the only way to really deal with it, because we're talking severe faith heads here.
Yeah.
I think the only way to do it is to try to show them some way scripturally that it's okay to acknowledge science.
I've tried doing that. That doesn't work.
You have to
I
put it.
mean, you have
The
to realize
method
that
that
it depends on the type of person you're dealing with. You know,
Yeah.
That's true. It does depend
a
on
good
the person.
counterpoint is, you know, Eve, you know, for whatever fault she may have, she is a person who, when she was going through her deconversion, and I remember, she was very, she didn't ever phrase things as, well, I believe this, and then, you know, she'd be like, oh, that's interesting, I'm going to have to think about that, and so, but there's no reason, prima facie, why she would be different than someone like G-Man, because she started off in the same sort of place, other than just from a personal disposition type of view
Yeah.
of things
that's
that we
why
have no knowledge
it's
of.
called
Yeah, that's why I
actively
reckon,
listening.
you know, getting them into something that piques the curiosity into finding out what the reality is a good starting point.
I think it is, if you can get someone to do that, is the only thing.
Yeah,
so I
that's
agree.
the problem, is getting them to do that.
And there are so many, and I just don't believe that that everyone has that goal and or has that ability. And,
Yeah,
and
Well, having
ignorance in it,
having
but-
had friends with autistic children, one of the ways to actually break through autism is to find something that really does gel with that individual. It really brings them out. A lot of the time it's music, sometimes it's math, sometimes it's video games, sometimes it's just hugging them, you know? But as long as you can actually make that contact and get them curious to the outside, then that's half the battle won.
You know, you're talking about Eve. That made me think of Galaxy Dreams. She was going through something, and she would come into atheist hangouts. It was all atheists. She would come into them and say, "Look, I have some questions about some things. Could y'all help me?" And she was asking some really good questions about science and evolution, just things like that in general. And people, would just tell her what they knew or direct her to where she could find out. But see, it's like you said, like, try to get someone to that point. But a lot of times they have to get to that point themselves.
They do. And the only way to help somebody along is by placing doubt in their authorities. Because
here's the thing, though. In her particular case, somebody did a hangout, which actually I paid to cite him, but it was actually Neo. It was Neo Atheist. And in that hangout, it was myself and a couple of others that were essentially debating as to whether the character, this God character in the Old Testament, was a monster or not. And I'm like, okay, sure, fine, whatever. And I'm sitting there talking about it was actually the rape issue and pertaining to how it's presented in the Bible. And I approached that a little bit, and I talked about it. And I was kind of, instead of doing the whole, this is wrong, God's endorsing it, my approach was, no, this is just a product of the people at the time. You have to understand the culture that it comes out of, and yada, yada, yada. But in the way of presenting it, I was removing the notion of this coming from divine source.
Yeah.
And I also doubled down on that in a way by saying, well, I mean, even if you're going to stipulate that there might be some kind of God, who's to say that these mandates didn't come from men at the time, or the preachers, or this and that? Well, she was so uncomfortable by this whole thing, especially with being given a pass, that she started trying to look into it. She came up with this really piss-poor apologetic, and I called her out on her, and I said, here's some Judaic resources talking about the culture of the day and this kind of stuff. Look into it. And she did, because she was determined to prove me wrong.
Yeah, because see, I didn't know what kind of brought her to that point or got her started. So I didn't know about that hangout that you were talking about.
Well, I wonder how much of it is that. So there was a famous psychological study in the U.S. where they showed that one of the main differences on a cognitive level between liberals and conservatives, and granted, I'm using, again, like, these are proxies, but it's that liberals are way more okay with uncertainty, and they're willing to investigate those uncertainties. And I see a lot of parallel in that between sort of skeptics and very hardline apologists. That's not necessarily always the case, but you get where I'm going from it. And I wonder how much of that is, how do you build that disposition to where they're okay with a little bit of uncertainty and they want to actually entertain that uncertainty. I think that's really interesting, because I think that a lot of that's the key. Because if you get someone who's honestly trying to do inquiry, if they don't, even if they don't end up agreeing with you, they do end up taking a much more sensible stance.
It's all about authority. It's to crack somebody from religion and the God done it to actually inquiry is very akin to deprogramming of cult members.
Well, if I may, though,
replace the authority.
If I may, though, I mean, I always approach these conversations when I'm in them with a very specific kind of viewpoint, which is, I don't want to convince you not to believe something. I don't want to wreck your faith. I want to strengthen it. If you want to believe, great. Let me help you with that. I'm going to put you in the position of having to question some certain things that you believe, and if you come out the other end stronger, great, good for you.
Basically, Paul's challenge to the faithful. And many a person have become atheists because of that challenge.
And others of us have become stronger.
Because they found something, yeah. But if the doubt is, they have their own personal questions of the authority that is God, then more than likely they'll, over the dogma, the happenings, then more than likely they'll come out of it.
But for those that come out the other side with a stronger faith that it's not based upon somebody else's piss-poor apologist, they get my applause, good for you.
Ditto.
If they just run to some apologetic site and they stop there, haha, No, that's not. You're not there yet.
Well, case in point, who's more believable as a faithful, Christ-like Christian, Fiona Robertson or G-Man? I know that I keep mentioning G-Man, but he's just a very salient example in these.
Oh, definitely Fiona. I have no doubt as to her faith.
Well, let's take in-house for example, Max, right? Am I remembering correctly that you said you were a believer, then went to unbelief, and then back to belief?
Yeah.
Yeah, you found your authority, and you lost your authority, and you found your authority.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, this is the kind of thing. But this is the thing, and before we go too far afield with this, because I'm sure you're going someplace valuable. But the key thing, I think, is that everyone respects him and his opinion.
Exactly. And that's why I like Maximus, because he has confidence in it. He's not trying to sell something.
Yeah.
He's not just spew. And those people you cannot have a conversation with, because all they are is about the power of the authority, not the actual, dealing with reality. Sorry, brain fart in the middle of that.
In part, it's the person having the ability to accept the fact that they are capable of being wrong about some things. Yeah. Not necessarily everything, but some things.
I've actually been getting into it over the last day or so with Arcane over solipsism. And that exact thing came up. He cannot be wrong.
Yeah.
Much like Dreas, he solved solipsism.
Well, it's why a lot of the fanatics go after the authorities of our reality, science, law. I mean, when the courts came down with the equal marriage.
There have been arguments on the books as ways of kind of attacking solipsism without God references. I don't understand why people just don't go to those.
Well, they're not solutions. They are stopgaps.
Mm.
It's an unsolvable problem.
Well, here's one. It's a Platonic kind of argument, but I don't see what's wrong with it. If solipsism is true, everything is subjective. Logic is objective, therefore solipsism is false. If P, therefore Q, not Q, therefore not P.
That's only if solipsism is true, everything is subjective.
Yeah, but again, you could reference things like logic or mathematics, which you could argue have Platonic existence, that it's mind-independent. In which case,
well, hang on, you could try.
It wouldn't be Platonic if.
But even more so, though, you can't claim that it's mind-independent because it's obviously the product of my mind.
How would it be a product of your own mind?
Because everything that exists is a product of my mind. Therefore, all these things that you're claiming are objective are only objective because they are products of my mind, just like you are.
Okay, but with the Platonic numbers, so if Platonic numbers were subjective, then how would they be any different from things like taste or personal preference?
Well, they aren't technically, but the difference is I have not given you that freedom. That only exists within my head, and you're just a product of my head. But in my world, I have set everything to seem that way.
So, but it's not, that's me you're attacking, it's not the argument.
No. It is technically the argument, because the thing is, you're saying there are these things that we can tell are objective.
So
yet, at the same point, so what I'm saying is, if you're saying that there are certain things out there that are unchanging, that are mind-independent, if my mind is the only mind and everything else is a product of it, and I put those things in place in such a way that none of the people that I've created out there can counter them, well, then how's your objection really stand? How are these objective other than as a construct of my mind?
So are you going against the first argument or the second one? Do you think that logic is subjective or can be subjective in a solipsistic world, or do you think that solipsism doesn't entail full subjectivity? I'm not sure which premise you're going after.
Actually, what I'm saying is even anything that could be seen as being objective within a fully solipsistic framework could merely be a product of the one mind that is ruling all.
Yep. Okay, so you're going after the second premise as far as I can tell.
Okay.
But how can your mind okay? So if you're saying that Platonic objects are subjective, though, then how are they not manipulable or malleable to your own preferences? How come you can't create squared circles, for example?
Because
Or
apparently
command them-
my subconscious is strong enough that it has created a world with static rules.
Yeah,
so
I
your
mean,
so your subconscious at any moment can just change it to where solipsism can be both true and false at the same time.
Well, apparently not, because it's created a world. My subconscious has created a world where the laws appear to apply at all times.
So it could be the case that solipsism could be both true and false at the same time if your subconscious were so to change.
That actually.
if your subconscious changed the rules for the so to speak simulation that is you, yeah, theoretically it could.
Okay,
But the thing is,
so-
your subconscious is consistent, however, and that's what keeps everything else consistent. If your subconscious started breaking the rules, the reality would break down, killing everyone. That'd be horrible.
Well, not killing everybody. There's no everybody else. There's just you. But even so, if your subconscious is just holding, then I really fail to see. Then I really fail to see how come your subconscious changes some things but not others. Why doesn't it apply to these much harder ones, or much more static rules, like the law of non-contradiction, for example?
Well, I mean, the thing is, what you have to keep in mind is ultimately everyone that exists in this kind of reality is simply a product of the mind. They are everyone and pretty much everything. Now, when you're sitting there and you're constructing these people, you need to keep a degree of consistency. Because if there's too much conflict, then just like in a dream, you, so to speak, would wake up. Now, more accurately in this case, the person that you're dealing with would cease to exist.
Heathens, what time is it?
Walk off the scene and never come back.
Right, that's the people.
Nobody knows.
But people could theoretically not exist or exist. There's no contradiction in saying I don't exist. It would be false because I have some kind of ontological subsistence within this world, whether in the actual world, you know.
But no, that only exists because I've given it to you. All you are is
I'm speaking outside of the notion of solipsism here.
okay.
Yeah, what I'm saying is it's not a contradiction to say that I don't exist. It doesn't entail some kind of logical contradiction. It's a true fact that I exist, though, but it wouldn't be logically incoherent to say that I don't exist. But when it comes to a solipsistic world, for example, yeah, it's possible that everyone you interact with is just a figment of your imagination. But to say that logic itself is a figment of your imagination would be to say that solipsism itself could be a figment of your imagination too. But how is that possible? Because it would require both solipsism to be in a state of truthhood and falsehood.
Well, it could be in a state of truthhood and falsehood because realistically, I could be living within a solipsistic reality. You may not actually exist within that reality. I might be creating a reality that's completely independent of you, who may be existing in a totally different reality than I am.
And I got to toss one thing out here. You're putting forth a whole lot of intellectual and thought problems, which kind of points out the fact that this is insoluble.
Yeah.
A couple of things. First of all, there's no such thing as a different reality. Reality just speaks of things that are real. When we're talking about solipsism here, or this hypothetical solipsism,
no.
for the sake of this discussion.
Yeah, I have to disagree with that as well.
No, you're talking about reality as if there's one reality and it's based and it's completely objective and yada yada yada. I'm talking about reality in terms of the perceptual reality that one experiences, experiential reality. We're talking about two different forms of the word usage.
Yeah, I have to point out here quite strenuously that my Minecraft reality is very, very real, demonstrably so.
Reality is, so the way I'm using reality is just, the Wikipedia definition. Reality is the conjectured state of things as they actually exist, rather than as they may appear or might have been imagined. This is why I kind of get upset when certain apologists say God created reality. Wait, God created, but God created things that are real. Does that mean God is unreal or unexistent, and He created existence itself? Like that's. Like that
Max is God. God can do a lot of things.
Hey, I'm good with that.
I don't give. Yeah, but I don't jive for this whole God can do the logical things that are logically possible.
Can I just ask you a quick question?
Right.
Okay. I presume you understand the notion of cognitive dissonance.
True.
And the ability of the human mind to hold two conflicting premises as concurrently true.
Right.
Okay, if so man, then how not God?
If so man, how not God? Well, let's see. So I would start off with what God is, or as how I would define him, although I think we're kind of getting off the solipsism discussion, but good enough.
The point being is if we are capable of such dissonance, then how much more capable of it would our supposed creator be?
Oh, he would be I'd actually argue he'd be incapable of it.
So the whole notion of trying to tie a create deity to our notion of logical feasibility is kind of vapid and void in the first place.
I'm not trying to. So,
no, I'm not saying you are. I'm just talking to the topic in general.
Yeah. My views on God and logic are a bit different, but just for the Platonic kind of response to solipsism, I think it requires a very robust Platonic notion of logic. So I don't generally use this argument as much as I used to, but so if hypothetically we're going to go down this route, one could easily state that, well, solipsism itself requires the rules of logic even to be quote-unquote coherent. Even solipsism is to say something. It's not to say something in the negation of solipsism at the same time. Whenever you say solipsism is this, but not this, you're kind of saying something and taking it right back. It becomes incoherent.
If I may, though, I mean, quite honestly, whether I've been having fun with this or not, to get off the topic of solipsism, because the thing is, I mean, I think there are things that are kind of band-aids for it, but I don't think there's anything that's really, so to speak, solves the problem of it. That's why we still call it a problem.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that you can say about reality is for each and every single one of us here in this hangout, reality is defined to us as an individual by our first-hand perception of things.
On the other hand, I think, honestly, solipsism is something that we should fucking outgrow as we get older.
Yeah, because in addition to that, we have elements of that reality that we agree to have a consistency between each individual perception.
I mean, if you live your life from a solipsistic framework, you're going to end up in jail. Sorry. It's kind of, you can't live your life.
Hey guys, not to interrupt or anything, but I've been quiet for a while, and I think that deserves an explanation. When I said that the conversation we were having earlier with Nadia made me want to take a shit, that part was true. What I didn't tell you was this was one of those tidal wave shits, and it was the type of shit that was so awesome and so enormous that you had to take a shower afterwards, and so that's what I just got done doing.
Hang on.
Where's Fabio when you need him?
Yeah, I was just
thank you.
To quote Fabio,
Redline.
quote Fabio here, Redline had what is known as explosive diarrhea.
Yeah.
It's
whatever you guys do.
He has to take a shower afterwards and rub himself down with the Parmesan cheese to get it off of him.
Yeah. Now here's the thing.
I just want to know if he left relics on the moon.
The thing is that under no circumstances should one, when going to Olive Garden, do not, I repeat, do not order the cheese ravioli with Alfredo sauce. Holy shit. I mean,
I'm going to give you a better rule of thumb. When you go to Olive Garden, drink the water at most.
Yeah, I mean, I don't need to go to Niagara Falls anymore. I've just seen it.
You are Niagara Falls. Okay.
Colorado Springs has just issued a tidal wave, tornado, and flooding alert.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Redline.
Yeah, it was great, but it's like it was the kind of shit where it's like, you know what, toilet paper, you're not cut out for this job. I'm hopping in the shower.
Oh, well, that's why I say you need a bidet.
This has been a public service announcement.
Bidet to you, sir.
No, that wasn't.
I just figure you would all like to know that.
Thank you for sharing.
You're
We're
welcome.
not on Facebook, but thank you for oversharing anyway.
Yeah.
I am the guy who always overshares details that you probably should know.
Yes, I shall now have no difficulty getting to sleep tonight because that question has been answered.
Social media perspective here, heathens. I think what Redline has done is put the same thing on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Okay.
Okay, and we await the shitstorm that will be tomorrow's social justice warriors.
Yeah, well, that's because he's oversharing.
Yeah.
And Red, if you've already seen Niagara Falls, I'd hate to see the barrel.
Wow.
Oh, come on, Heavy Holler, don't give me that look.
Let's see now. Hang on a second. Give me a minute. Let me see.
All his fantasies with you have just been shattered.
Damn, where the hell did that go? Damn it, where are the rails? I can't find them. Shit. I can't blame Queenie this time. Somebody ran away with the rails. I don't know. We went off at some point there.
Oh, okay.
Always tend to go off the rails.
Allow me to elaborate here and explain what I wrote in the sidebar here with Brian went off with Schrodinger's other experiment known as Schrodinger's elephant. Okay, you have a living room, and you have an elephant in there, and when you ignore it, does the elephant still exist?
Yep, because it shits all over.
No, because you're ignoring it. So no matter what it does, you're ignoring it.
Yeah,
you can
but
only ignore it until it shits on your head.
Schrodinger's elephant is the one that leaves the footprints on the butter in the fridge.
Supper. Food.
I throw an alarm going off in here. Tell her to wash her hair. Oh, okay. Well, that explains it. Let's see now. What shuffle am I on now? We're at 6:16. We're almost at present time.
Cool. Wait, have we reached 666 yet?
There was no shuffle on 666.
Dang it.
Because that would have been 2006, and I did not start doing any shuffles until 2014.
You'll have to wait till next year.
Oh, okay.
Because it'll be 2016.
And then I can do a typo.
Right. Well, you'll
And
have
then
to fix it from the date. That's close enough for anybody.
Yeah.
And there will be a few more blood moons, I'm sure, to rein it in.
Good grief, that fucking... Oh, there's gonna be blood moons. It's the end of the world, dude. Really?
Yeah, they've been actually. That's part of my next video that's in the works. Is these end of the world conspirators? Because apparently there's a planet named Nibiru that people keep They were supposed to be.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be the 2012 apocalypse, but then they pushed it back to 2020, and I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake, not this shit again.
Okay,
Worse than Jehovah's Hoses witnesses.
Redline, you want to have some fun? There's a new book coming out, and it's about Area 51 and the Roswell crash.
Ooh.
Now, when you say have fun,
because the book is new, not a lot of people have bought it and read it yet. And the conspiracy, I'll go with just calling it a conspiracy theory because we just can't prove it. Okay. The author of the book had an interview with a gentleman who worked at Area 51, worked with the aliens and the alien craft. And what he's claiming, okay, now remember he's 88 years old now, okay, he's claiming that the spacecraft was actually a Russian plane. And that the aliens were actually, what happened was Joseph Stalin had the former Nazi doctor Joseph Mengele, the Angel of Death, do surgery or other alterations to either children or midgets to pilot this plane to the United States to create a social panic.
Sounds like an old episode of the old Outer Limits.
Yeah.
Mengele would have been in Germany this entire time period. Really?
No, because this happened in 1951. Okay. So, anyways,
Was Mengele in Peru by then or somewhere?
Well, details.
Oh.
Yeah. So they had midgets fly this thing. Okay.
Well, midgets or children, right?
So we have
twins. That would be Mangala's.
He also
twins, right?
yeah, he liked twins. He liked dwarves, midgets, things like that. Any kind of oddity.
Hitler clones.
Yeah, those two.
Brazil.
Anything you pick on.
The stupid. It hurts.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Hurts is right, man.
Yeah, the next thing is after the end of the world conspiracy, it's going to be our favorite conspiracy, 9/11 conspirators, because I'm getting a bunch of them commenting on my page.
Wait, didn't you publicly deal with Arcane Logos, his bullshit 9/11 claims?
Well, that's the thing, and it was actually one of the most popular videos on my Redline VA channel, which was fucking hilarious. But the thing is that ever since I started doing the Flat Earther debunking videos that I've been uploading, I've been getting a lot of people saying that, oh, not only do you not think that the Earth is flat like a fucking retard, you also think 9/11 was an inside job. I'm not going to listen to anything you say anymore. I'm like, really? That's what you decided to go with? Okay, so talk about poisoning the well like a motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
So apparently it's like, what's your opinion on 9/11? You don't think the Earth is flat. Wow, I guess you must also think 9/11 wasn't an inside job. I'm like, where the fuck is this coming from? And so it's like the shape of the Earth has jack shit to do with the 9/11 terrorist attack. There's no connection there.
Redline, it actually has a lot to do with it. See, if the Earth is flat, the buildings would not have fallen down. Because it's curved, the buildings are at a slight angle. So they're already not square, they're at an angle, so when you hit them, they'll topple over.
Actually, no, that's not it at all. It's, being told that the Earth is flat is this huge government conspiracy. So if you don't believe in this big government conspiracy, clearly you don't believe in the other ones.
Right.
It's on the Earth around.
Yeah, so apparently one of these people actually challenged me to a debate, and I was like, dude, if I wasn't on a fucking tablet, I'd do it for you, but unfortunately I can't set anything up because I, quite frankly, don't know how. You could probably do it. There is a way, I'm sure, but I don't know how to do it on the tablet because I don't use tablets.
The second they got Redline's push notification that he won't be doing any debate or won't be doing any kind of things because he's on vacation is the second that they want to have a intellectual debate,
Yeah,
well,
I've been challenging these motherfuckers.
Well, at least they want to have an intellectual debate with him. They don't want to debate with me. They just want to shut my channel down.
Yeah, that's bullshit right there. And but speaking of which, I've been challenging, Juranism to a debate. He said no. I've now called out Simulation Theory and Mark Sargent out, and I still haven't gotten any fucking reply other than bitching.
Go for clockwork.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm like, look, you have a show, Mark Sargent, that gets 3,000 views per each video. I'm sure you would love to debunk me in front of all your followers, but unfortunately, I haven't gotten any fucking message from you. So what does that show me? That shows that you are a puss cake and you're not actually confident in the bullshit that you're spewing. You just want to blindly agree with people who already share your distorted view of reality. Invite them onto your show for a 2-hour circle jerk.
Can I give you some advice maybe to lure him out?
This would be good.
All right, so this is what you do. Every week after he makes one of those hangouts, just watch whatever you can of it and find the stupidest bullshit he says. Then proceed to make a video every week calling him out on his bullshit, and every week he doesn't accept your debate challenge, call him a puss cake. But every week from then, call him a puss cake times 2, a puss cake times 3, puss cake times 4. Just keep going up the counter. Just have a puss cake counter.
Honestly, no. The way to lure him out is to start deliberately making bad counter arguments.
Yeah, the thing is that I know what the issue is. It's because I'm not as sexy looking as Maximus. Now, see,
that's not it, man. It literally, if you started making really bad counter arguments, you'd be able to lure them out because they wouldn't expect you to have any good ones.
See. Or instead of going through surgery to look like Maximus here, I can just grow a really badass beard like my friend Mr. Heavy Hauler over here. You sexy piece of you.
It would take Redline about 5-6 years for that to happen.
Oh yeah, I can't grow a beard worth a shit. I'm not fooling anybody here. So I'm Simulation Theory, Mr. Mark Sargent. I was to say, invite me onto your show while you have Simulation Theory on if you really want to try to poke holes in my Ship Over the Horizon video. How the fuck can you misread what's actually going on in that video? God damn it. It's a ship following the curvature of the Earth. I'm sorry I had to kick your ass this badly. Get over it.
How many times have we heard people try to insist that they're not talking about that kind of slavery, it's just indentured servitude, regardless of the verses you can show them that say the contrary?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course.
Constitution, it's talking about both. And even that.
I know I've already covered this boom in the past. I'm not,
Is anybody else's
holy shit
grief train shut?
Holy shit!
That was the tail train coming through. You spent too much time talking about flat earthers.
Yep. Fail, motherfucker! It's fucking freight train the shit out of the hangout.
You see, the way trains work is the Earth is flat when you put the train on it. All you do is tilt the Earth slightly and the train rolls downhill.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, I just want to go to one of these convention meetings and they're going to hold up a globe and be like, listen, if the Earth was actually round, how come people don't fall off the bottom? And they just completely desert file the shit out of it. Gravity, you
red
fucking
line,
retard!
red line. You go up to the globe and you turn it the other way around. You know the bottom's the top.
Okay.
Mind fuck.
No guarantee that it won't do it again because this train's probably 1.5 miles long. Yeah, is anybody else as concerned as I am about this? It's got to be this or that bipolar decisions on fucking everything.
Yeah.
That's why I called the Age of Offense.
No, that's why we're calling it stupid shit.
Yeah, because I mean, there are so many examples that you can point out where either this or this is true, or it's conditionally true, so both or neither true. It's like.
Or there's a third option. Take the window.
Yeah, either, neither, both.
Okay, Brian. I understand. We've been over the third option thing before with you, but when we're talking flat Earth, spherical Earth, please, you have to come up with a shape. It's either going to be one or the other. You only have two models right now.
No. Oblique spheroid, motherfucker.
Okay, see, now we have a third model, but you had to have a third model. If you only presented with two, then you can only have two sides to the argument.
See, it's like when I say round, I think it's in the shape that apparently NASA, the big evil conspiratards, the thing is that NASA got it right. I'm sorry. They put the fucking Discover satellite. It already caught the dark side of the moon and took a picture of Africa and the United States. I mean, you have 3 pictures out in a fucking week. Get the fuck over it, okay? I've seen the satellite launch from Cape Canaveral from the roof of my house.
Calm down.
Okay.
Dude, Dude, remember, you're not the crazy one. They are.
Shut up. My turn. No. The question that I've been waiting for somebody to ask one of these people is: before NASA was founded, who was supposed to have been protecting, so to speak, and guarding this Antarctic circle that's supposed to be surrounding the Earth? Who was supposed to be guarding it then? And who before that? This is what I want to know. Going back to all the way back to Galileo, who was it that was hiding the flat Earth? Who was it that was making sure that nobody could go to Antarctica and see that there's an edge? That's what I want to know.
The ice giants.
I have a question. Wait a minute. They're saying Antarctica goes around the outside like a ring of a bowl to keep the liquid in?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to have to do a little history on this to make sure that Antarctica was discovered before or after the flat Earth theory came out. Okay? Just to make sure when it did actually show up. Because even then, let's say the Earth is flat, and we didn't have Antarctica there because we didn't know about it, which obviously keeps everything from falling off the edge. Then, if you go back before we discovered the edge, where were all the ships going?
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Theories of flat Earth are prehistoric.
Well, I'm going with the stuff the flat Earth.
And the thing is, We knew the Earth was curved from the very first moment somebody disappeared over the horizon and came back.
Can I just answer his question though?
Yeah.
The giant flying turtle, they eat them. Boats.
Oh, okay.
I see. But by the way, Exile.
And please remember, Gamera is full of meat. Gamera is good to eat. We're all eating Gamera.
Yeah. Exiled. I just want to say, Exiled. Listen. Your hubby just invited me over to UK, and I will be taking up on that offer, and I will be sure to show up uninvited just to make it as inconvenient for him as possible.
Okay.
Perfect.
That's
There we go.
Yeah.
Remember,
To answer Heathen's question, who was defending the Arctic and Antarctic perimeters before they were discovered? The answer is quite simple. It was the ice giants. And after the Vikings defeated them during the Norse sagas, that was when the Vikings took over.
The
I
fucking
wish,
ice giants.
Dude, I fucking wish they'd give an answer that interesting.
They can't see Samurai Husband.
No, they can't see Samurai.
Well, how Soy had a good idea was posting a video out to this one douchebag, Eric Dubay or Dubry or Dildo, whatever his name is.
Do what did he do?
Something like that. But basically post a video out and say, hey, listen, you have 50,000 some odd subscribers. If each of them gave just $1, donate $1, you could have enough money to fly to the South Pole. Yes, flights and trips there are offered commercially, and you could fucking take it, and not just take it. You could do that during the winter. Point a camera straight up, take a time lapse, and you will see the stars rotating in a perfect circle right above your head, and they're not the same stars that Polaris is in.
Well, hang on a second, though, because I got.
You'd also be able.
One of these idiots recently put up a video claiming that no flights available, no flights available. Ew, what what that bullshit was about?
One-way ticket, like a one.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, as soon as he gets up there, he's going to see the curvature of the Earth and the way that the horizon moves, and it stays spherical, more or less.
Man, I'm like, if it were me, I'd say $50,000 would be enough to take two people. Invite me along, and I'll fucking bring my camera equipment, and I'll take a time lapse for you. I will show you the South Pole. It'll be freezing. You'll be freezing your nuts off. Guarantee you at -70, you will have a vagina regardless of your gender.
Well, the other thing is that they're having to claim that planets are somehow fake too.
Oh yeah, I've already dealt with that too. I've dealt with that. They say that Saturn is, I've talked to one guy that said that Saturn is the size of a car, and he is a guy by name Stars Our Souls, and we now call him Our Souls.
Oh, that idiot! Yeah, that was the one that put up the video claiming that you couldn't get flights to certain places or some shit because of certain navigation. Yeah.
And the thing is that Coolhard Logic just did a video on him and said, listen, via trigonometry and by looking at the angular size of Saturn as it is in the sky, where it would be orbiting, according to your logic, would be in the stratosphere. Considering the space station orbits 8 times higher than that and needs constant reboosts, hard to imagine it could stay in orbit for, I don't know, thousands upon thousands of years with a perfect ring system, and it's 35 some odd moons or something like that.
I thought that guy was also. I thought that guy was also a young earther.
He's a flat earther, young earther, thinks planets don't exist, and he thinks that the laser shooting out of telescopes actually burn a hole through the atmosphere.
Sorry, what? Plants don't exist? What?
Planets.
Oh, planets. Yeah. I was going to say plants? Really?
We haven't asked him about that, but he might not believe in plants either.
Planets and plants don't exist because I say so.
Oh, wait, no, conspiracy theorists, he thinks that everyone's a plant.
Lord Stephen Christ. Does anybody talk to
him? Yeah, he was actually in the first. Yeah, he was in the first video about the flat Earth. It's like, look, the only person I could find on this guy, Duranism's channel, disagreeing with him was Lord Stephen Christ. I was like, oh, for fuck's sake.
Even Lord Stephen Christ disagrees with you.
So I was like, when it's so bad that you're looking for Lord Stephen Christ to disagree with a clearly, demonstrably wrong, shit-face idea, I'm sorry, humanity is taking a turn for the worst.
Yeah.
Everyone who heard you is now stupider as a result.
Yeah. It's like, oh god, I'm afraid I'm about to have diarrhea all over again just thinking about it. I'm going to have to take a second shower.
Stop thinking.
Stop thinking, got it. Turning brain off.
Yes. Resort to dogma, Redline.
Well, no, hang on. You have the choice right now, Redline. Either you can turn your brain off, or we can start throwing out terms that you don't know to see if you're still stupid enough to look them up.
Oh, shit.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god.
You remember that?
Dude, I've had to delete my history so many times in these types of situations.
Redline, did you look up Goatsy?
First.
No. All you have to do is just make the comment on Goatsy, and he's like, "What's that?"
Okay.
You don't want to do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
How do you spell that?
Don't.
S-E-E.
When people on the internet tell you not to do it, you don't do it.
Oh man, I can just imagine if these walls are thin enough, people are like, "The fuck is he talking about, Goatsy?" And they look it up and they're like, "Oh my god."
However, Redline, if you'd like, you can go look up Dippy Luck. That's okay.
Oh no. It could be worse though. They could be asking if you wanted mentioning that there were a number of races that or what were they? They weren't technically races, were they? The Bionic Dance was rollerblading in. What were those technically?
Rollerblading in dance.
Like, let's see what we have here.
Bionic Dance, the thing with the paint.
Oh, that's like a. Yeah, that's not a dance, really.
No, her name is Bionic Dance. I said, what is it, like a race or something, or what do they call it?
No, it's the opening of some kind of parade thing.
Oh, okay.
Where all the freaks go up.
Bitchin'! Yes!
Yes.
Dude, I just found some flavor-blasted goldfish. Thank you. Thank you, Hampton Inn. You guys are awesome.
Flavor blasted.
Oh, we've got a...
Oh, he's in the mini bar.
But they're not flavor blasted.
Aren't they? I thought they were flavor blasted.
No, they're just regular.
Oh no, they're just.
Aren't they cheese supercharged or something?
Oh, by the way, Exiled, have you shown Brian cheese in a can yet?
We've got some.
Yes, I did.
How was it? How was it, Brian?
He found it.
Yeah, it was calling to me like a siren every time I walked past it for about a month.
We did. We went by about 3 or 4 times before we finally bought it.
Yeah, it really was. It was one of those, okay, fine, I cannot resist you screaming at me anymore, get in the trolley.
So how was it, Brian?
Cheesy and bacony.
Average.
Well, you're not in the UK right now. We don't call them trolleys. You realize this, right?
Oh, it's
sorry.
The man just ate spray cheese. Like, give him a cut here.
I mean, I know you have all kinds of weird words like woolly jumper. That doesn't mean at all what people would think, but you know.
I stand corrected.
We have a way of negotiating our use of words of things.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Hey, Brian, I got a question. Are you the? Oh, sorry.
Nope. The rule is that if you can find it in like World of Warcraft or some kind of video game, you use that name. So
yeah, so it's heavily weighted in the Americana.
The trunk of the car is not called a boot.
It is.
It's called a trunk. And the hood of the car is called a hood and not a what?
Bonnet.
Bonnet? Yeah, because I'm a rogue. So that's the rule. And so that's how we're working those things out.
But you have bonnets in World of Warcraft, so it's still a valid word.
If you have to choose between calling it a dressing gown and a robe, it's a robe. Because that's
What about a house?
This kind of reminds me of that. This kind of reminds me of that part of Austin Powers where they started speaking English.
Actually, as I remember it, the only rule that we formalized was that if it's a herb or something useful in the kitchen, then we'll go with the American
I've been
pronunciation.
over this like 10 times with you.
But wait, is it an
I
herb
have-
or a herb?
We've agreed.
I have to say, the notion of calling the car hood a bonnet is the most feminine thing to be attributed to the car since the car bra.
Yeah.
Well, why do you think
Petrol
petrol
Brian.
heads? Why do you think petrol heads? Yeah, particularly the Top Gear and Fifth Gear crews. Yeah, why do you think they always refer to their cars in the feminine?
I was going to point that out, actually.
Dude, if that's true, then I have to ask, what do they refer to the tailpipe as?
Actually,
that's an exhaust pipe.
No, hang on. The thing that you have to keep in mind, though, is we're talking about cars, not trucks. Trucks are a little bit different. Trucks can have that male gender identity. Just ask my wife.
Yeah, truck nuts.
They even sell truck dolls.
Yeah.
Truck
You
nuts.
hang off the back of the trailer hitch.
But you'll also find a lot of truck drivers referring to their rigs in the feminine.
Well, that's not a pickup.
Yeah, but see, that's a big rig, and the reason why they refer to it in the feminine is because they're probably divorced from that bloodsuck company who took all the money.
Yeah, exactly. But I will
Not
say,
that we want to overgeneralize or anything.
The women
Yeah.
in the room at all?
No, just the ones driving the big rigs.
But the most
we do
important
have
thing,
Marilyn
Brian,
Monroe's skull.
Oh.
well, the most important thing, Brian, is that you don't, say numbers the way that I've had other people say numbers. For example, okay, my phone number is 777-11-555. I'm like, for fuck's sake, one at a time.
You'll get a you'll get a
Oh, 07.
you'll get a 66 out of me. I bear no bones about that.
66. God damn it, that pisses me
Everything
off. No.
is- I couldn't even dial the phone when I was over there in jail that last time.
There was
like-
over
there and in
I'm looking
jail.
for the 66.
Hang on.
66, quadruple 5,
Hang
quintuple
on.
7.
Hang on a second. A reference was made and was done. When she went to go over to Britain, the folks there at what is it technically? Is it immigration technically or?
Immigration, yes.
Yeah.
They were just douchey to her.
I got put in jail overnight and then sent back home.
I'm sorry they were douchey to you.
You
Red
didn't
line.
know that?
Red line.
I didn't know about the jail part.
Yeah, he wasn't part of our little circle at that point now.
That was a nice jail, but it still had barbed wire. Razor wire over tall
Wait, was
walls.
I involved in this small community when you were in jail?
Do you remember the off-air hangouts that I was running 24 fucking hours a day so that we could try to be supportive?
Yes, they
No,
were
I
very, very
I
supportive.
was a mess. I was hysterical.
All right, I'm confused. All right, so why did they actually do that shit to you?
Because I was trying to visit, and I went over there and had a return flight 6 months later, and that was really stupid because I'd never traveled over to Europe before.
Yeah, basically it was arbitrary decision made by Jobsworthy.
Because I was poor, and
Based on
yeah.
economic circumstances, essentially.
So they didn't think I could, they didn't think I was really going over there for a visit. They thought I was going to try to, become an illegal immigrant.
Yeah.
Asylum?
No.
No, just overstay.
Just overstay and never
yeah.
come back.
Yeah.
That's, they're just
Which is
as bad
silly
as the
because you
US.
could have a visa for like a week and do that.
Yeah.
I could have. You're right. I just thought I'm an American. I'm gonna go to England.
Yeah,
And then,
special relationship, my ass.
Yeah.
So if I go over there and there is a good chance that I should not be dropping the soap.
What?
Only if you're in
Oh, red line. Just
Redline.
Not that kind of prison.
I had to sell everything. I had to sell my house and everything in it, or leave it in storage. It's still in storage. Just to be able to try to go live with my husband.
Yeah.
Just to be able to try. And we don't know until Monday or Tuesday.
This project essentially has cost us absolutely everything that we have.
It's like in a poker game when you put all of your chips in.
It really is.
And your firstborn, and
everything. Everything is resting on this hand. Absolutely everything. So this time next week we are absolute shreds of our former selves and throwing ourselves on the community's mercy, then you'll know it's all gone tip-shaped.
So there's... I thought everything was on the up and up and that it was just a waiting game.
Everything hopefully is still on the up and up, but we don't find out the actual end result until end of day Monday.
We're tracking our package with the response right now.
Yeah,
I see. So we're still in the waiting period phase.
Yeah, but we've been waiting since we put 6 pounds of paper and shipped it overnight to Sheffield, UK. We've been waiting 4 weeks now.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, we paid to have it expedited. Otherwise, it could take like 12 months.
Yeah. Essentially, it's taken 30 days to process what should have been 15 business days.
Yeah. So,
wow! Holy fuck!
6 pounds of paper. It was like 4 inches tall, or 5 inches tall.
It was 5 inches thick.
We had everything. They had to actually go to Brian's apartment. He had to pay to have an inspection of his apartment to make sure it would fit me.
Suitability for occupancy. I had to get permission from the landlord.
They had to make sure it was an acceptable layer for me to go over there.
Yeah. Basically, I had to make sure that I didn't have 3 families living in there already.
Yeah, because I was waiting for the news. Like, well, Brian J said sometime around June and July, and then now it's kind of past that. Yeah. I was like,
we should,
and here I was ready to take that selfie.
Yeah, we should have been out of here by.
Holy fuck!
There's the train.
We should have been out of here a month ago.
Yeah, there's the fail train, I guess.
Hey, I understand. I had the same thing happen here. If I wasn't careful, I'd be having fucking train blasting your guys' ears.
It's like...
while we're waiting for the train to go by here, Red.
Yeah.
Brian's muted. You can't yell at me for this. Brian was...
You want to bet?
Brian was trying to give me an IP address for a server that he ran. Okay? The number that he was trying to give me, and he kept saying 5500. And I was typing in 5500, and it wouldn't work.
Yeah,
so Brian types it into the Skype chat, and it's 50500. It goes, that's what I said. I said, yeah, you said 5500. That's 5500.
Wow. So yeah, that's the one thing about numbers. The plan was to go to Orlando.
50, 500, 500, 50, 500.
We get it. I mean, okay, so here's what I did. I actually expedited something on the TA because the deal was that they would have an 8-hour layover in Orlando, literally the shithole of Florida. Not excluding Miami. Don't drink the water there, by the way. So what I did was I was like, okay, Exiled and Brian are coming down here. How do I get this Trans Am incredibly badass in time? So what I did was I expedited a whole bunch of things, and right now it's pushing about 100 more horsepower, has a Strange S60 with 373 gears, 31 spline axles, a TIC Stage 2 performance transmission, and it's got a monster Stage 3 clutch. So this thing is pretty much ready to go, and I was thinking of Exiled and Brian both in the car, and I'm just gonna fucking lay into it.
Well, hang on a moment, because I have to make an observation. I have to make an observation. Redline just said a bunch of words.
He did.
Yeah, I did. Basically.
I kind of got the majority of them, and yeah, I wish we were doing a stopover in Orlando on the way out, but it's just not feasible.
Those words would have turned to smiles, good sir.
Basically, it's like badass.
Yes. I was, because there's this road in Orlando that shall remain unnamed because I don't want people to get any ideas. But it is freshly paved for some reason, and it's not patrolled for obvious reasons. And it's basically a development that was never completed. And so it has an entrance road, and that's it. It's literally a big, long road with a U-turn at the end, and you come right back. And, oh, yeah, that was going to be my playground that day.
Nice. There are certain airfields in the UK where you can go and do that as well.
It's like temptation because willpower's no match for horsepower. I'm doing it, goddammit!
Yeah. In fact, that's one of the reasons why Top Gear actually is they do all their trial circuits and test drives on an airfield.
I have to learn to drive a stick over there too, Audi. It's gonna be fun.
And on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, I couldn't do that.
And a
that would be
stick.
kind of crazy.
Yeah, Audi A4.
Kyle is going to have to learn metric.
Oh, metric's easy. If you've got 10 fingers on your hand and you can count them all without losing any, then you can handle metric.
No, I don't like it.
I couldn't. No, I could deal with the whole metric thing. I just couldn't dealing with shifting with the on the other side. I just could not do that.
Having driven both, I can tell you it really is just a case of inverting your perception on the road. It really is. You just swap everything left to right.
Now he's gonna
Everything.
Hey, Brian.
Yes.
Hi.
Hey, how you doing, Red?
Hey, Red.
Good. How are you? And your lovely wife.
Stir crazy.
Jackie's our package.
And by the way, the mantra is when you're driving, keep to the left, keep to the left, keep to the left, keep to the left, and you'll do fine.
Plus, they have all those little short, like, roads that don't have, like, any room for error. You know, like any berm of the road. Yeah.
In that case, just look at it like it's a video game.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what works for me.
As long as your car fits between the verge and the center line, you'll be fine.
Exactly. I'm no clue what he just said. What the hell is a
Actually,
bird?
when I drive in the passenger side over here, I've been practicing in my mind. I've been practicing driving.
now.
Oh, that's why there's two people driving when I'm at the wheel.
Hey, I got a question.
All right, Brian, for Exalt, I think I figured out an easy way to learn how to drive stick when you have to drive on the opposite side. It's called an automatic.
Yeah, we don't have it.
Currently, we have stick. But as I said, I've done both, and it really isn't as difficult as you make out. You really do. You just shift your left-right paradigm.
Like
that would mind fuck me so bad.
Side, right? Like the foot pedal.
Your foot pedals are
right
exactly
foot.
the same.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so are things like your indicators and your full beams and stuff like that.
So that
Exile,
What?
Exile, if you actually went through Orlando, I guarantee I would have you driving a stick by the time you got back on that plane.
I know how to drive a stick. That's the thing. I do, but just like driving it from the left side is going to be weak.
Oh yeah, no, that would mind fuck me too. Yeah, don't think you're.
Here's a little bit of anecdotal proof, if you like, that the left-right paradigm switch is all it takes. When Exile's been driving and she's been getting directions from me, I will quite often get my left and right confused.
He doesn't know which way left is, so I have to point.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's weird.
And that's because in my mind I have inverted my left and right.
Yeah.
I see how it is. But oh yeah, Brian, I got a question for you. What is a zebra crossing, or as you call it, a zebra?
A zebra crossing?
Well,
yeah.
see how basically they take the zebras out for walks every day, and they have to take them across busy streets. So they have these signs
Zebras in America.
where they have an outline of a zebra on it, which kind of looks funny if you don't know what they look like. It's just going to be yellow with some black stripes on it, and it's just warning you that those are animals there. That's not tall grass.
But seriously, what is a zebra crossing?
a serious answer to your question. Basically, it's a crosswalk, and it is visibly noted on the roads. Where in front, for example, where you've got crosswalks here, you've just got like lines, yeah. On the UK version, you've got more or less the same thing, only for some reason the black and white is more pronounced. I think they put borders down it or something. I'm not sure how that works. I'll have to have another look. But essentially, it's the same thing. It's a black and white stripe across the road, but it's also marked at each end on the sidewalk with a black and white striped pole with an orange spherical light on the top.
Why not just call it a fucking crosswalk?
Because we called it a zebra crossing before the term crosswalk arrived.
Right.
You just zebras in the UK?
Hey, what are those things that go like that?
The reason it was called a zebra crossing was because it was a black and white stripe like a zebra, and the person that came up with the idea was inspired by looking at zebras.
Okay, now, what are those things?
But
chevrons.
Okay, that makes sense.
Chevrons. Do
A
you know
chevron?
what chevrons are, guys?
Yeah, a chevron. You've got one going in each direction on your keyboard.
It's a gas station.
I know, right?
Yeah, Chevron's a gas station.
Right, you know the arrows that you get on tight corners?
Yeah.
Yeah, black arrows on a yellow background.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have the same thing, only it's a black arrow on a white arrow on a black background, and it's that
They're called
fluorescent
chevrons.
stuff that shines back at you.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we call them chevrons because they are the same that chevron shape.
Yeah.
Less than, greater than, chevron shape.
Hey Brian, you want me to run Red for a loop here? Red, when you go to Niagara Falls and come to the Canadian side, you'll be using pedestrian crosswalks.
Yeah.
Oh wow. See, this is kind of why I'm kind of apprehensive about going to the not American side. I'll be like, I have entered a alternate universe. I don't know what the fuck is going on right now.
And
just to confuse you a bit further, Redline. In addition to the zebra crossing or zebra crossing, however you want to pronounce the fucking thing.
Zebra, goddammit.
All right. In addition to that, you've also got the pelican crossing.
Come over on the Queen Mary and just bring your car.
How do you explain that?
Okay, I have to ask, what the pelican? Really?
Yeah. It's a different type of crossing.
Well, let me guess. The person who thought of it was inspired by pelicans.
I have no idea why it's called a pelican crossing.
He's like, don't fucking ask me.
Okay, Google, you're gonna have to help me out here.
All I know is it's the one that is closest to the ones that I've seen here, where you push a button and you wait for the go signal, and you have so many seconds to cross before it says, "Okay, stop walking."
I looked it up for your Red Line. Pelican crossing, or what it's known in its full name, is the Crossing Pedestrian Light Controlled Crossing.
Oh, there you go.
So that's where Pelican
It's an
comes
acronym.
in, P-E-C-O-N. Or Pelican.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
Wow.
Gotcha. All I'm learning is that the rest of the world is awful.
That button you push to cross, I don't know.
That's called button.
Then there's the toucan crossing and the puffin crossing as well.
The other thing we're gonna have to change right away is when you go to the sink to wash your somethings, whatever, dishes, hot's on one side and cold's on the other, all over England.
Really?
You're gonna.
Wait till Exile discovers all the outlets have little switches on them to turn them on and off.
Yes, we do have individually switched electric outlets.
Exiled, you have got to make a video of your slow transition from American to English way of living, and just record. Don't record like the actual transition. Just record the fuck ups.
Out of curiosity, have your teeth gotten more yellow and crooked since moving to England?
Oh. Ow.
Oh, no.
I'll show you all my teeth right away. As soon as I get my visa, I'll put my teeth out there and say, okay, here's my teeth.
Do this.
Mark the day. Let's see if it's real.
Ryan, I remember watching a special Magic Sandwich show when DPR and Aaron Raw had gone to, I believe it was in Ireland, for some convention thing there. And DPR was on the computer and Aaron Raw was running around behind him trying to charge a cell phone or a camera battery. And the damn thing would not charge.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of weirdness.
And then DPR just kind of casually turns around and says, oh, you have to turn them on.
Yeah.
And Aaron Rod just lost it. It's like, what do you mean I have to turn on the outlets? And then he saw the little switch on the thing.
Yeah, there is.
They're very careful with things over there. Everybody.
Yeah, and the reason for it is because in the early days of electricity, there were a lot of infant deaths because nobody understood how dangerous it was. And don't forget, we run a 240-volt system as opposed to 110.
Could that also be a throwback when early wiring was also in DC?
I don't think we had a great many DC systems.
Okay. Because if it was, then the outlet would be dangerous. You want to turn it off.
Right.
Yeah, when the decision between AC and DC was made, I think the prime reason that we opted for AC was because if you do accidentally grip a cord, then the electrical reaction on your muscles is essentially a kick back, and it forces your hand away from the cord, as opposed to DC, which actually makes you cling onto it tighter.
It makes you clench, yeah.
I've never had that happen my entire life.
AC current also travels for like miles down the line, where DC travels from your backyard.
Yeah, you get an awful lot of power loss with DC. That was the other consideration.
Unless they were a kid and they stuck like a knife into the electrical outlet.
That happens.
I don't know of anybody who's been.
They put metal coins in there.
Paper clips do it too. Quite easily.
Right. You know, if you're a kid and you're desperately trying to find something, you'll find something.
One of the things that you'll find in a lot of households that have got small children is little tiny plastic plug that will go in and block all the holes and lay flush with the socket.
We got a lot of that here.
Well, just as a random footnote, though, for anyone this may ever become useful for, if you're very careful and actually put something around the paperclip before putting it in the outlet, you can short out the entire floor of a mental ward.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, you can.
Good to know. That's
good to know. Well, I mean, if you think about it, what more efficient way could you have of disabling the security lock that's keeping you stuck in there?
Yeah.
I can only imagine, like, going into a mental ward if they actually have to, like, search the bags and stuff, and they found my little handy-dandy notebook, like the kind you get from Blue's Clues, and that's written down in there. Oh, the shit that I would get. It would be amazing.
How far have you got with Blue Clues, by the way, Redline?
You've gone to second season.
All the way to the point where the original guy who did Blue's Clues went to quote college. He actually got fired or went to do something else or whoever, and replaced him with this other guy by the name of Steve. I'm like, fuck you, Steve.
Yeah. I remember Blue's Clues.
I fucking like Steve.
My daughter was an avid fan of Blue's Clues.
I was like, Steve? That Steve? Are you fucking kidding? No, fuck you, Steve. You asshole. Blue's Clues was dead to me after that. Fucking bullshit.
Sure was a transition.
Yeah, it's like this is why Top Gear's not coming back, because you got rid of what made it great. Yes, he punched somebody in the face. I understand. He's kind of a dick, but to be honest, you should have known that when Sonic came on. He's Jeremy Clarkson, for fuck's sake.
Y'all think the gay marriage legalization party counts as a shuffle?
A what?
What party?
When we had the gay marriage legalization party, do you think that one counted as a shuffle?
Bet you didn't have Tommy Hall.
I don't see why not.
It depends. Do you want it to count?
I don't know.
We can rationalize it.
You know what? I'm gonna answer that question in the only way I know how. Okay, 13. Pick one. Heads or tails?
No more tidal waves, please.
Tails?
Tails. All right. Hang on 1 second. Let me get the coins out of my pants.
Please head south this time.
Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1. It's tails.
Ah, okay. It counts. Fuck it.
Yay.
And to think of
And
one
it's-
common one.
Oh, and it's a buffalo nickel. Awesome.
I'll throw it in the list then.
What's a buffalo nickel?
It's a fake
Nickel with a buffalo on it.
It's a nickel with a buffalo on it, Brian.
Yeah.
There you go.
Brian, don't
30s,
you
early 40s.
Look,
How fucking
look,
self-explanatory.
I've only been handling real money for the last 2 years.
And I
Don't
think it's
mock
actually
me.
made like partially of nickel.
Oh, I'm sorry. We don't have pound over here. Excuse us. Fuck.
Yeah, you see...
Actually, it's been
over in-
kind of nice buying cheese and meats by the pound.
I was going to say, in the America, a pound is a unit of measure, not a unit of currency.
Yep.
Well, we used to use it as both, so how complex and sophisticated were we, huh?
It's like, yeah, and you guys were like, oh, the euro? Ah, fuck that shit.
Well, you realize we only relatively recently got rid of a monetary system that was effectively based on the same number system that degrees and time uses, which is effectively base 60.
Yeah, and also, isn't the UK kind of going to change their currency soon? They're like going to some sort of like plastic bills or something, or synthetic bills, or whatever it is.
Huh?
Canada has.
I haven't heard that. No.
I know that there's a country
You
that's
don't
going
leave it
to
in
like
the
an
dryer.
acrylic fill so that it lasts longer. And
The one thing that I do know is that we've been slowly and surely getting rid of our note denominations and turning them into coins.
Coins.
Yeah, I would
Here's a
say
blast.
turn everything into
as far
coins.
as far
Actually, I
as
think
the
it's Canada.
as far as the equivalent to dollars is concerned, we no longer have a single, and the 5, I believe, is currently on the way out.
Yeah. Well, here's a
I think it actually might be Canada. Yeah, yeah.
Here's a Canadian plastic 20.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And you can see through.
Yeah.
That's
Australia's had that kind of currency for a long time.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a lot more
you
durable
can-
and
You can tear it. I'm putting quite a bit of force on it, but
Just don't put them in the dryer.
Monopoly money.
Oh wow!
No, you get a crinkled little piece of plastic.
Instant keyring.
Yeah. Some
No
people
waiting.
had them show up. Yeah, here's my money. I left it in the dryer.
And you can't get the serial number off it, so you can't get it replaced, like you can with the old cotton fiber.
Oh wow!
Yep.
That
even,
is
even if
sweet.
even if the cotton fiber money was burned, they could still chemically treat it and retrieve, or hopefully retrieve, a serial number.
Yep.
Right.
But however,
the
this
one-
is plastic.
Oh, what was? Oh shit!
Yeah. What
They
I
tech-
would. Well,
Oh,
go
there
ahead.
was a print
No,
medium.
they
Fine.
technically can get the serial number off the metallic fiber on it because it's cut apparently or encoded with the serial number.
It's one of
the
those
hell was
$100 bill that's the newer ones and bring it to England.
I got to. The one thing that I think we should do with our money is get rid of the penny.
I know,
No,
right? Isn't that
no,
annoying?
don't do that. Do not get rid of the penny.
Why?
Because then you'll never have a penny for your thoughts. You'll never be able to put your 2 cents in. Penny loafers will now cost you a nickel per
My
shoe.
penny.
Too many
No, no, no.
millionaires.
No. All the pennies that if we just stopped doing the whole penny thing, we would save so much fucking money.
No, you won't.
Canada's done it.
Oh, over here, there's some states like Vermont. A lot of like small businesses, they kind of cut it out themselves. They just calculate in state tax and shit, and then they just don't. They say if you have your pennies, just keep your pennies and pay us whatever even.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, and you want to know something? I'm in this hotel room, and the soda machines pretty much everywhere do not accept pennies. So what's the fucking point?
Yeah.
So it's like pennies are actually worthless over
red
here.
line, let me explain something here. Because Canada has gotten rid of the penny already, when you buy something, if you pay cash, they will either round up or down off the penny, depending on the amount it comes out at the end. If you pay by debit or credit, you are then charged the penny. To the penny. Okay?
Right.
So
Well,
you're not really saving money.
No, I did say like
No.
us personally
Yeah.
that we would be
No.
saving money. I meant like the government would be saving money. I think it's like for every penny that we make, we
Yeah.
spend 2 pennies.
I was just gonna say it costs more. It costs more to produce the penny than a penny's worth. Therefore,
Yeah.
that makes absolutely no fucking sense.
Yeah.
That's because the copper prices keep going up.
It's like, you know, I'm going to spend 2 pennies to make a penny, so I'm actually going to lose out, and times that by how many pennies we make. It's like, whoa, why the fuck are we
it's
actually
also
doing
the one
this?
coin that probably gets spent the least because everyone puts them in a jar at home.
Yeah.
Exactly. I have a fucking like those water machine jugs at home, and it's
Yeah.
just filled to the fucking. I gotta dump that shit in one of those Coinstar things just to see how much is in there.
You'll kill it. Don't.
Well,
do
you've
it.
actually you've inadvertently touched on one of the reasons for keeping the penny, given the the amount of poverty. Saving pennies is probably the only saving that some people can do.
Has a lot
paying for
of
cigarettes
value
with
when it comes to like bank value as far as like
Yeah.
you know, a lot of that's where a lot of money's made through corporations and shit is through
just
the
shuffling
penny
pennies around.
You'll also have nothing to throw in a wishing well when you have when you're going to tip somebody and you don't have money to leave as a tip, but you still have to leave something. You won't have 2 penny to leave, or is it 2 pennies? Either way, you know you'll be missing out on all those things, Red.
I would never
Don't
leave
give up the penny.
pennies anyway as a tip.
Let's not forget how useful they are in teaching our kids
how to count,
and how to handle money. I mean, if you're faced with having to give a nickel as the minimum,
They'll still be
then
in circulation. They just won't. You know what I mean? Like we won't be making any more. I think that's what.
No. Here, Exiled, there was a cutoff date that they were no longer accepted at stores.
Yep.
It's like okay, all right, Little Red. Let me tell you something. Here's how you count, and if you fuck up, I whip your ass. You'll learn very quickly.
And fear being the first lesson.
Yes, fear being the first lesson. That'd be a good lesson to have. I'm going to teach you like my dad.
What did we learn? What did we learn about fear back in the day? Oh yes, fear is the mind killer.
He's a child abuser.
The little
Yep.
Well, it's okay. You don't have to worry about it because I plan on not having kids. I plan on going through that operation where that makes that shit impossible.
Good for you.
If they actually do it right, that is.
Oh, you're gonna have kids. You wait.
I just read a post that said
I don't know about
apparently
everybody else,
vasectomy doesn't get rid of not having kids. It just changes the color of the baby.
Oh, I heard that joke the other day.
I saw somewhere on Twitter.
No, seriously. I'll be going underneath the knife, and I'll be like, okay, make this thing not make babies.
Well, do yourself a favor. and have some put into cold storage.
So we're not going to have grandchildren? Is that it? Thanks a lot.
It's basically
Child.
it's basically like okay, maybe I'll put some of the baby gravy in cold storage. Fine, we'll do that.
Fair
But
enough.
the baby gravy should not be used under any circumstances. It will
Well,
be in the will.
In that case, have the reversible one in case you change your mind.
You never know.
That way, you won't run the risk of having the baby gravy, as you so delicately put it, stolen.
In today's world, I don't think it's I have 2 kids, and I don't think it's selfish at all to make the decision to not have children. If
We have
seven.
seven.
I don't think it's selfish at all. I made the very same decision myself, and
He's our internet son, so we need
I
grandchildren.
was faithful to that decision right up until my body clock kicked in and my hormones changed, and all of a sudden, in my early 30s, I was driven to be a parent.
Right.
It's like we have 7 billion people on this planet. And trust me, you don't want little reds running around. You do not want that.
I had all the same rationale. Don't believe me. And,
Thing is, you probably do
on
want
top
little
of
reds
that-
running around if that's the
on top of that, don't forget this was during the Cold War. So yeah, did I really have the nads to have on my conscience bringing somebody into a nuclear wasteland potentially? Yeah.
Not to be confused with the teenage wasteland, to quote a great thing.
The teenage wasteland has always been there, always will, but
always will, yeah.
The nuclear wasteland.
And also,
that,
you don't get that reference. Shame on you.
That prospect of bringing a life into that future was, that used to give me
In
nightmares.
modern times, the term teenage wasteland has been replaced with the term the internet.
Yes, the internet.
Synonymous.
The internet, exactly.
Child, then. I want an internet grandchild from Redline.
They were called Tamagotchis, okay? I mean, we all had those, and trust me, Exiled, there were a few close calls in my time, and I've learned to better manage those close calls. That shit is not going to happen on my watch.
Dude, we will be perfectly happy and satisfied with your second AI-imbued drone that comes off of your production line.
Damn it. Be like, okay, listen, little Red, you were a mistake, but make the best of it. Now go make Daddy proud.
I bet it's going to be a girl.
Oh yeah, see, if it was a guy, I'm gonna be like, okay, listen, son, we need to have a talk. Don't knock her up. Okay, good job. Okay, chat's over. I'm gonna go watch the football game. If it's a girl,
Get a birth control pill eventually.
if it's a girl, it's gonna be like, this is genital warts. Look at it. Look at it. I want you to look at it. Next, this is crabs. Look at it.
Daddy went out specially to get this to show you.
The book.
See, the worst that's going to happen is that if I ever have a daughter, I'm going to have to talk to her and go, listen, in your 20s, don't fall for a guy like your father.
Redline.
Right.
Yeah, don't fall for a guy like me.
For a guy like me.
Because
use me as a bad example.
Like, I understand why, like, dads who have daughters become really lame down the road, at least some of them, because I don't want to imprint on my daughter that, like, dating anything like me at 23 or 24, or 24 like I am now, like, that's a horrible idea. Like, I'm a horrible match.
No, the thing you have to teach the child. No, the thing you actually have to teach the child is you have to teach them the subtle stuff that he will say, the actual stuff he will try, and how to tell whether or not he's being honest or he's being disingenuous. Not everybody who's saying something to a female is being disingenuous, but how to tell when someone's actually being
having had a daughter.
You talk to the guy before she goes out with him. Give him the degree.
Yeah, the key to it is It really is honesty. And to give you one example, she had a schoolgirl crush on one of her teachers. The advice that we gave her was, okay, acknowledge it, get through your studies, and when you're in your 20s, go back and bang the fuck out of him. Yeah, get it out of your system. And she dealt with it. You know, she dealt with it.
She banged him?
No, she didn't. She got over it.
Right.
Yeah? Okay? And she really is shrewd. I mean, talk about high maintenance. Yeah, she won't even consider going and hanging out with someone unless... Yeah, I mean, high maintenance doesn't describe my daughter. It really doesn't. But yeah, she knows when she's gonna be putting out and what for.
What's her number?
That was funny.
That's good.
That
was
was funny.
good.
Yeah. No,
That.
she knows her own mind. She is empowered. She's driven. I mean, fuck. Her sport of preference.
Ah, shit. God damn it.
Her sport of preference is rugby.
Speaking
I love
of horrible mistakes, that's my girlfriend calling. Hang on, I'll be right back.
Ooh.
That's the type of girl that is just able to just rip your dick off at any second.
Yeah, I mean, I've been watching
Is it
her
weird
Facebook
that I'm
over the summer,
semi-erect?
and
No,
she's been
I'm
to the
kidding.
hospital twice for a rugby-related injury.
I love rugby.
Yeah, it's a great
She
game.
sounds
I
good.
loved it when I was at school.
We just had a neighborhood league of sorts. But usually
Yeah,
bloody noses and everything.
It's a shame she doesn't actually play in the front row, because I would love to introduce her as, this is my daughter, the hooker.
Yeah. Hey, I'm a hooker too, Brian. I've made rugs before. I hope.
Yeah, I also played hooker. Right up until the time I had an entire scrum collapse on me and I was bent double with my neck.
Yeah,
Where it
exactly.
shouldn't be, in my chest.
Oh, I thought that was gonna.
Yeah, I spent the rest of the match just trying to get my breath back.
Well, that did end the exact way, but you know.
Yeah. Yeah, that actually cost me playing for the Colts. But never mind. Still enjoyed playing it. Enjoyed second row much better.
That's a rough sport, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's great. It was great.
Separates the men from the boys, that's for sure.
No, Australian rules football does that.
Alright, I'm back. So it's just a quickie. So basically, I answer the phone saying, "What's up, bitch?" And she replies, "What's up, flat earther?" I go, "Oh, that's cold. That's cold. That is
Nice
cold,
retort,
Richard."
though.
Yeah. That's how you know when she's a keeper, because she can outdo even my bullshit. Yeah. So that was
Yeah,
it was just quickie.
that was one of the clues to you being a keeper, was being on.
Can't troll me.
Exactly, because I know when you're trolling me, and you know when I'm trolling you. So.
Okay, Red Line, can you explain this? If the Earth isn't flat, why do we have flatworms and flatfish? Can you explain that?
Sounds like something Matt slipped out.
Okay, by the same token, if the
And
world
pancakes.
isn't round, why do we have pufferfish and balloonfish?
That's actually the kind of logic you should use against it.
I have an answer for that. And balloonfish? Balloonfish provide the condoms.
That makes perfect sense.
This is actually a very good point.
It is.
Damn.
just gonna say that's the kind of logic that you're kind of.
Yeah, if you're going to
arguing
argue
against,
the
like-
flat earthers, do not take them seriously.
That's what I would
Yeah.
say. I would ask them and say, you know,
Wow, that's actually a very good retort. Fuck.
If you take them seriously, it'll turn in like creationism where they just run and run and run and run. Do not take their stuff seriously.
No, not even close. God,
I really
man.
couldn't even understand that it actually existed until I actually had to watch videos and understand there are people actually out there like that
I love
today.
that. I love that part of the internet where all these conspiracy theorists are. I love that part of the internet. It's my favorite.
Yeah,
Right.
see, the thing is, living here in
They
if you,
know when
if you
everybody
live
else is
here in
done.
the United States or anywhere else where you can stand in a spot and see nothing but horizon for 365 degrees,
365.
360 degrees then.
For those who can't do basic math, that's all the way around the circle.
He's going around the world, folks.
365 days a year.
It's going around the world
all right.
plus 5 degrees.
Oh,
Yeah,
there you go.
Well, yeah, you see, you have to go that extra 5 degrees just to know that you've been round once.
Just to-
Oh yeah,
just
there
to
we
be
go. I've
sure.
seen this
Oh, that's
before.
sad.
The 5 degrees is a reach around. Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's the confirmation that you've actually completed the circle.
This is true. I like the logic. Keep going. Keep that shit up.
So yeah, I mean, once you've seen, a full circle of horizon, and it's like there's the whole world in front of you. And then you take them up to a mountain and you can see exactly the same thing, or you put them on the ocean and they can see the Earth's curvature in front of them, all around them, and then say, okay, now tell me this isn't a fucking sphere, a globe.
And they will tell you that, and tell you why it isn't a sphere or globe.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of them actually tried to do that.
Well, you take their eyes open.
So, 10 speaking.
You take their eyes open so they see the entire journey.
See, Brian, the reason why you see the curvature of the Earth on the ocean, it's just like when you fill a glass with water all the way to the top, it kind of arcs slightly. And that's what you're seeing in the ocean.
Oh, for
I
fuck's
want to
sake.
murder the
Yeah,
world.
for fuck's sake,
That
right.
people exist.
Boy, that's some hellacious surface
I'm
tension.
coming up with this shit on the fly.
Yeah, you're doing good too, I think.
All right, in that case, I give up. The only way to convince these people is to actually strap them to a Saturn V.
Well, I've actually had this conversation with this Drainism douchebag that I made 4 parts on already. It's fucking awesome. The thing is that I went ahead and actually, when I was talking to him over Skype after part 3 was posted, I actually said, listen, dude, you are so fucking deluded that I could fly you to the moon,
Okay.
bash your fucking face against one of the landing legs of the limb, and then fly your ass to the space station so that you could shit in a pot at 0 G for a month, and by the time you got back to Earth, you would still say it's all a fucking conspiracy. That's how deluded
So
these
what
people are.
you're doing there, Red, is you're taking them down to the place where they faked the moon landing and filmed it all at NASA, and then taking them where they have the fake space station, right?
Yeah, and they're also faking the 0 G part too.
Yeah.
You gave
Well,
him
it's all
good
done with wire.
drugs, and he was hallucinating like a motherfucker. That's why he was
Oh,
Yeah,
hell
you
yeah.
drugged him.
Please get
No,
to
it's all there in the song Space Odyssey.
So I say, NASA isn't there to launch people to space. NASA is there to develop drugs that will just fuck your shit up.
Yeah.
Lucy in the sky with diamonds.
Which, by the way, allegedly, you should not imbibe an LSD before going to a college formal, because you will be at a country club but think you're on a pirate ship. Allegedly, I don't know anyone who's done this and who has personal experience and has a master's degree in bio. I don't know.
Holy shit.
Allegedly.
And allegedly, if you live in a house with hardwood floors and carpet, Don't take LSD if you're afraid of heights.
Only one alleged. I only have one alleged question for you.
Allegedly. Okay,
I have an
allegedly.
alleged question for you.
An alleged question.
Who is the damsel in distress? You or someone else?
We were both equally out of it, so to speak.
Yes.
We
That would've been fun to
it was allegedly the story goes that we were having a few drinks before we were going to go to the formal where there were free drinks, and he was like, well, you know, I have these 2 tabs of acid, you know, why don't we and remember, this is all alleged, why don't we do it?
Today's word of the day.
And I was like, that's not a good idea. He goes, come on, it'll be that one time that we took acid before going to Senior Cox. And somehow that was a compelling argument to my alleged brain.
Wow.
Youth.
Allegedly.
Alleged youth.
It's the word of the day. Allegedly, the word of the day.
The
Take
appeal,
drugs, meet girls.
appeal to soul opportunity.
Yeah.
It's like we got to make that we got to have like a word of a day kind of thing on the shuffle.
Well, I mean, this is my best, you know, one of probably my 2 or 3 best friends, and he's the only person I know who can manipulate me into doing shit like that.
I had a friend like that.
It's like, allegedly, guys. Just remember, it's the word of the day.
It's a good thing that I have that guy in my life. You need someone.
The one guy that's like, come on.
If that's the one that proposes something to you that's outlandish and crazy and insane, but tacks on the end and meet girls.
Oh, I'm a sucker.
That makes it all. That makes it worth it. Yeah.
Yeah, I have to agree. Yeah, that was a very, very good
Allegedly
friend to have
agree.
during those years, allegedly, because
Allegedly again.
yeah, he allegedly expanded my horizons and my frontage, as it were, allegedly, and I kept him sort of grounded and not as outrageous as he might have allegedly been.
It's the best word of the day. Allegedly.
Yeah.
Allegedly. Please, dear God, I hope I spelled that correctly.
Allegedly, it did result at one point in us putting a cap in each other's ass, but.
Wait, what now? What happened?
By the way, just a
allegedly.
Allegedly, it's Boom's birthday. So.
Oh.
Allegedly.
Is it allegedly his birthday, or is it actually his birthday?
No, I just got a notification. So yeah. But again, once this gets posted and tomorrow passes, then we'll be back to allegedly.
Yeah, Skype just thinks so. You can never trust Skype.
That's true. So allegedly.
Yep, don't trust Skype. It's a lying dick.
Windows
Don't
10.
trust Google either.
Don't trust Microsoft either.
I'm on my back.
Well, I'm on an Android now, so whatever.
Windows
I think
10.
I'm back.
I still have to figure out how to use this damn tab thing, because I've never used the tablet before, I'll be completely honest.
Hell, how do you think I feel?
I've gotten used to it over the last couple of months.
My first personal computer was an Atari 400 with a membrane keyboard. And now there's a tablet with swipe? What the fuck?
It's like I'm used to being at home with my triple monitor set up, and it's like, well, this is kind of fucking weak.
I have to admit, I am looking forward to getting back to my twin monitors.
Oh, I know. Trust me. And I'm just gone for 2.5 weeks. You've been gone for how long now?
Oh, for long enough.
It's like, goddamn, Brian, you must be like, take me home, please.
Well, no. To be fair, this laptop is pretty nice.
It's getting me through.
Just a life lesson for everyone. Don't eat summer sausage and then eat ice cream.
Okay.
What, did you think you were pregnant?
No, I went to the fridge, saw the luncheon meat, took a couple slices out and ate it, and I got an ice cream bar. Don't do that.
Guys like drinking news with beer. Duly noted.
Are you going to reenact? We're going to have a reenactment of what happened to Redline earlier.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Just to kick that around.
talking of things not to do, not to put on the bucket list. I take it everybody. I take it everybody here has at some point in their life experienced head freeze as a result of ice cream or something.
You mean brain freeze?
Brain freeze. Yeah.
And I just want to say, Brian, both with the explosive diarrhea and power vomit, a bucket would be handy.
Keep in mind, this wasn't like explosive diarrhea. This was like me dropping a fucking anvil out of my ass. Okay, it was that kind of shit, and it was the kind of shit that was like, it was one of those gold medal shits, and that's a shit that's so impressive. You just have to tell somebody about it.
Shots fired.
Okay, getting back to the brain freeze.
One thing real quick, Paranor, what you just described, that's where you need the commode that faces the bathtub.
I've used both at the same time before. I've had salmonella poisoning.
Ooh. Okay, Brian, brain freeze. Yes.
Yes, getting back to brain freeze. The other day we went up to Sonic, and I had one of their patent slushies. And I came across a very interesting variant on brain freeze. Chest freeze.
Chest freeze?
Yep.
Yeah. I thought I was having a heart attack.
Yep.
That chest freeze.
What it does is it hits the nerve in the back of the throat, and it freezes that, which then gives the sensation of cold in front.
I had
that
like swallowing an ice cube?
Literally in the center of my chest, between my nipples.
Yep, which is why at age 30 you wanted to be a parent. You suckle them.
Wait. I'd much rather be hearing about Excel's nipples than yours, Brian. Sorry.
Well,
I think I know what happened, Brian.
True, and I tried to work it back in. I wanted to say it much earlier, but anyway.
It's all the spray cheese you've been eating. It's finally hardening your arteries.
That could be it.
Canned cheese, awesome.
I think we've probably got 2/3 of at least half a can left.
It doesn't take much.
Well, to be completely honest, canned cheese is actually what's in this little mini bar that the hotel has kindly provided me.
Nice.
Welcome to America.
Now the question is, Brian, have you and Exile used the cheese in a can for other means?
Ugh.
And edibles.
We do not want this. No.
Right. This is the sound of me nonchalantly stirring my tea that my beautiful wife has just brought to me. And that's all you're getting on the subject.
Love a cup of tea.
And that's all you're getting on the subject.
Sadly, you can't hear the tears that my mom is crying because she doesn't have grandchildren yet over the internet connection. But I assure you, they are there.
At least you're not Japanese.
Yep. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to call it night because I got about 12 hours of driving to do tomorrow, so it's going to be...
Are you coming up here for a visit?
Oh, absolutely not, good sir. I am going to Niagara Falls, and after I go to Niagara Falls, I got to be some other place that involves me meeting up with a kitty to get some of my shit back.
Hang on, Niagara Falls. Don't you have to go through Colorado to get to Niagara Falls?
Yeah, no.
That would be New York you have to go through.
Yeah. Okay. You're going right up the East Coast.
And Ohio and Pennsylvania, well, at least through Erie, which is not really Pennsylvania. Well, to me it isn't, even though it is, but it isn't to me because fuck Erie.
Erie County.
Yeah, so we'll go. Yeah, we're going through Pennsylvania. Said, hey, we want a piece of the lake, so we'll give you this little tick mark, and whatever. We did that to make them not feel bad about being Pennsylvania.
While you're going through Pennsylvania, do remember to toss a TV out of the window to commemorate Aldous' birthday.
Pennsylvania? Who's going to Pennsylvania?
Redline.
And I am only kidding, of course. Do not litter the highways with TVs, kids.
What part of Pennsylvania?
I'll be going through Erie.
Oh, you're going to Niagara Falls?
Yeah, exactly. And I'm also going to be heading down to Baltimore, Maryland, Not because I want to participate in the social justice warrior brigade that's been going on down there, but because I want to visit the resting place of Edgar Allan Poe.
Oh,
Okay. Red
Make
line.
sure you
Let me
have
just-
some crabs.
But he wants to hit Niagara first so that he and Phantom can get married.
It's so beautiful. Phantom Lion's getting married with. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. It's beautiful. Oh, you're gonna be so happy. When you going? October?
I'm
He's
going
driving.
there tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I got about 12 hours of driving to do tomorrow. So the plan is this: go to Niagara Falls, go ooh-ah, then go to Pennsylvania.
Go ooh-ah.
And not no ooh-ahs there. Basically meeting up at Phantom Line's temporary living establishment because he's about to move again.
Oh, you are
And,
meeting him? I was only kidding.
No, I am going to meet him, and I'm going to get some of my fucking shit back, some of the shit that he still owes me. And afterwards, we're setting up payments, because apparently the cock nugget decided to actually get a job this time. So, credit where credit's due. And then I'm going to go to... Yep, then I'm going to go to Baltimore, Maryland, to see the resting place of Edgar Allan Poe.
Oh, well, good for Phantom, that's all I can say.
Yeah, exactly. And good for me, because I'm about to get paid
Yeah,
back.
and good for you. Yeah.
About fucking time.
Okay, red line. Let me just give you some advice here. When you're in Pennsylvania, if it gets eerily quiet and there's no traffic on the road,
Go see Aldous Ballard.
don't be afraid. You're in Amish country.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Cow patties.
And, yeah, make sure you don't stop at a town called Banshee.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm prepared for anything that may. Hang on one second. Let me just check. All right, that's one.
If you could go
3,
through the
4.
Blue Ridge Mountains,
Of Virginia.
you should try. That is like, oh my god. It's just,
Yeah, we.
Trail of the
I made it to July.
Yeah, the Blue Ridge Parkway. I know exactly what you're talking about.
That's something that I need to
I
find
did
on
not
the show.
spend enough time there. I just drove through there, and I just remember being stunned at
Okay,
how amazing.
Brian,
Just don't go through there after watching Deliverance.
what's the town named Banshee?
There was a town named Banshee in Pennsylvania that was featured in a drama that I saw on couchpotato.com.
Sounds good. All right, so don't stop there. Got it. But I'm going to say good night to everyone. So good night, Pothead Canadian. Good night, 13. Good night, Headless Chicken. Good night, Brian. Good night, Heavy. I am out of here. Peace out, Girl Scouts.
Night, Red.
Safe travels.
All right.
I made it to July in my downloads finally.
Oh, wow.
So we're getting there slowly.
How much disk space have you got?
I still have I have some space left.
A little bit.
Let me see how much is used. The drive that I'm loading this on is 700 some odd gigabyte, and so I'm relatively good. But how much have I actually used though? That's a question. I have used 280. Oh wait, no, that's the whole drive. Hang on. Let's just go to the shuffle folder. That's the one I care about. Let's see now. The card shuffle size is so far 179 gig.
Not bad, actually.
Yeah, could be worse. Of course, what I'm downloading now is another like 2.8, and I'm still got a ways to go apparently. Because the next one I think is, let's see, what is the next one? 7.9? Yeah, 7.9. I'm glad I dated the frickin' things.
Oh yeah.
Instead of just naming them all Shuffle like I started off doing. I got 6 that were just named Insomnia Shuffle.
North Korea just created its own time zone.
It did.
What did?
North Korea just created its own time zone.
But it's the best time zone.
I heard about that.
I just saw it on my feed.
Yeah.
What do they call it?
I have no idea.
What time is it, though?
What time is it?
What time is it?
Hammer time. Oh god.
Hammer time.
That's because the time zone that matches in China isn't good enough for them.
It's 4:20.
Amen.
Well, the irony though is if North Korea is making its own time zone, let them, because China only has one.
Really?
Yes.
I did not know that.
It's Beijing time, so when the sun rises in Beijing, 6 hours later, the sun comes up on the other end of the country.
I did not know that. That's bizarre.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Okay, it might not be completely useless. It's still completely useless.
Yeah.
Interesting enough, though, Hong Kong has its own time zone.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's because it was run by the British for so long.
Yeah. Yeah, so technically China has two now.
Yeah.
No, Hong Kong is a special autonomous region, so that doesn't count.
Nah, it's in a transition.
Yeah. But I remember when I went there, we set our watch to my watch to Beijing time. Then I realized for the next 6 weeks, I haven't changed my watch.
Yeah, but I mean, technically Hong Kong is Chinese owned, so.
Yeah.
Peace was up.
Okay, so let's try this again, Headless.
Okay.
500.
And that's what I typed in. 5500 5500.
Okay, now listen for
Say
the
it. You said it too fast for him.
No,
listen,
no. All right,
listen for the punctuation, Headless. 50, 500.
When this was originally done, it was over Skype, and nobody else was letting Brian talk. They kept repeating it, making it worse. I'm trying to listen to him. He wouldn't type it.
Because I can replace it with coffee in a minute.
That's fine. It's delicious, in fact.
Coffee. Mm.
And there was that little bit of Skype lag all the time that was making it hard.
Yeah. I mean, I could have really messed with your head and said 50-50-0.
Yeah.
50.
So that would have made sense. And that's 50500.
That might have made sense. That would have actually made much more sense.
Okay,
when I would
50-0 then.
That would have made sense too. I would have figured that out. I would not have typed 1000. But when you were saying 5500, that was sounding like when you say 1200 or 1500.
Yeah, I know. I realize that.
I, on the other hand, would have looked at it and said, wait a minute, try that again, because that's not a fucking IP address. Too many numbers.
Yeah, but you see, the thing is, it wasn't an IP address, it was a port.
Oh.
Yeah, so it was a port, not an IP address.
Okay. Well,
It was something he set up.
Yeah, I when I'm setting up a Minecraft server, I use.
Wait. Isn't the... Oh, never mind. I was going to say, isn't the highest port number like 37... Never mind.
No.
655356.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's a D word. Actually, it's 355, but 0.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a D word number. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and if all the numbers would have been different, well, then you would have said all the numbers and typed them in.
8, 6, 7, 5, 3,
9.
But standard practice for me when I'm running any server is to use a non-standard port, because you'd be surprised just how much of the crap traffic you avoid that way.
Quite a bit. Ooh.
Yeah, because when people are sort of, scanning, war scanning for servers to hack and crash and invade and shit, they always use the standard ports.
Yep. That's why I always changed my escape key on my modem.
Mm-hmm.
Back in the BBS days. because they would lock you up. I mean, trolls have existed for a long time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Somebody would dial up to a quick 3 plus keys right away.
Yeah.
And you'd lock you up for friendship.
Yeah. Interesting fun fact. Trolls have been around since
they had bridges.
Since the ancient world.
Hobbits.
Yeah. Do you know this? You know the You know the sketch in Life of Brian, Monty Python.
Yeah.
John Cleese is making him write out the correct Latin several hundred times.
Yep.
Yeah, that sort of graffiti. Yeah, even the Greeks had to deal with that.
Yeah. Funny shit.
Or when they were outside the camp there, they were stoning the guy for saying Jehovah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I threw that.
How are you going to make it worse?
Anyway.
Are there any women here?
Yeah. Another example of early trolling would be things like temple and grave desecrations.
Yeah.
Arthurian legend, sword and stone.
Well, that's more thievery, though, isn't it?
No, not necessarily. It could literally have been no more complex than making sure that your defeat of the village next over is complete and devastating.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Or you took all the time to build that tomb to bury something in. You're all proud of it, and someone goes and knocks a hole in it and takes all the crap out.
Just verifying that he's dead, yeah.
Yeah. He's not dead yet. He's feeling better.
Not dead yet.
Yeah, I mean, what else could you really liken the troll mentality to, other than scorched earth type ancestral behavior?
Brian, I think I'm going to have to find you a video.
Why?
They were doing experiments with some monkeys. I believe it was monkeys or some larger primate.
Oh, yeah.
And basically, they had the experiment. They had like a tube, and they put the apple in there, and the dominant large animal could not get its hand in there and get the apple. So it got the little one to crawl in and get it for him.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the little one comes out, and he takes it. So they do it again, and eventually the little one who crawls in there figures this out and sits in the tube and eats it. But it's a clear tube. So then the bigger one just bangs on it until he runs out and takes the apple from him. So animals troll too.
Yeah.
A troll is one of our archetypes. It's just one of the negative ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's a personality type that's been with us since day one.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. It's what we need to breed out of the species if we want to survive much longer.
Well, I'm convinced.
I think we'll survive fine just with them, but I like the sentiment.
I'm kind of convinced that we're voluntarily speciating as it is, because you've got two distinct types of Homo sapien roaming the planet at the moment. You've actually got your Homo sapiens sapiens, yeah, who is your thinking, coherent human being.
Homo sapien conspiratard.
No, the other one.
Basement dweller.
The other one is actually more simply named to reflect the choices made in terms of sentience and awareness and understanding, and that is Homo natus, he who is just awake. Yeah, because all they've got is, first-hand experience, but as far as absorbing any of it, they might as well just be walking around in a slumber.
Mm-hmm.
But they are technically awake.
Yep.
So, yeah, we are subspecieing off into a lower set, or a lower form, which I've dubbed Homo natus.
Well, not lower, just not
well,
as...
less cognitively functional.
Well, unless you switch sides.
I don't know. See, here's where I would disagree, is we're splitting upon the extremes. In other words, one is more emotive-based, the other one is more logic-based or reason-based. It's the direction, the intent. I think that we're
Well,
splitting.
yeah, I mean, you've got guided evolution via natural means, but I think we as a species may have got to the point whereby we can cognitively guide evolution.
Okay, well, hang on. Up in the Northeast, there's this expression that goes around among women, actually, in which there are the guys that you want to have children with, and then there are the guys that you sleep with. And up there, the guys that you sleep with are, the big, dumb, rugged types that, But the ones that you want to marry and have kids with are the smart ones. Down here in the South, it's the opposite.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that smart guy that writes you poetry, oh, that's great for a quick fling, but you want to marry the guy with a strong back.
And that's actually quite the attitude around here as well.
But I mean that's also been true for from day one. The female has always had the selective reproductive.
Yeah, but the point is,
but going for that, the overly aggressive male hasn't always necessarily been. There had to be at least some points in our evolutionary history where intelligence was actually considered to be of value.
Well, even when you look at our sideways cousins, some of the other apes, you'll find that whilst obviously paired with the dominant male, the dominant female will quite often be seen flirting around behind the bushes with males of her choosing.
That's right.
Same with males.
Same with us.
Everybody enjoys sex. Sex itself has been tied, sex itself has been tied together with knots, and more than likely through religion because it's culturally enforced. Our views on it's been tied with love, marriage, things like that. Not much with fun until the hippie era.
I think you underestimate not only the amount of porn that's in the Bible,
I know.
but also the amount of porn that our ancient ancestors got up to. Look at the Egyptians, for example.
Oh, definitely.
They actually found papyrus from the ancient Egyptians that was very pornographic.
Yeah, but Egyptian wasn't monotheistic. And also, even though in behind the curtains, there may have been other things going on, and always will.
Trying to talk about is certain time periods, around about the Dark Ages through to the Age of Enlightenment, when women were incredibly suppressed sexually. And granted, there were time periods that men were, able to do pretty much whatever they wanted, but even then it was technically frowned on. But men weren't considered, quote, dirty for doing so.
The pregnancy has been a problem. The fact of pregnancy has...
Yeah, but here's the thing. Throughout the generations, our ability to be subversive, to keep up with appearances and yet still fuck who we want behind, closed doors, that's been a given throughout the history of our species. Yeah. And the only time it became a problem was in political wranglings.
There was a couple.
Otherwise, you just went with what the given narrative was. Because if you have a wife that's giving you a son, as long as she is married to you and you are getting a son, that's all that really matters. And in that respect, yeah, I agree. There was preference given to male children over female children, but only to a certain extent. It was just securing that firstborn.
Yeah.
And that was true throughout most of medieval Europe. And that was, quite a long stretch of the centuries.
Yeah, but that was more just political, and that was actually for birthing, not necessarily sexuality, right? That's kind of old sexuality.
Yeah, but what you've also got to remember is that this is up at the top end of the tier. Yeah, when it came to the common people, all they really cared about was making sure that all the chores were done, everybody was in, home, and safe. Yeah.
Yep. Well, I mean, love as a idea for marriage is actually a new thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah. Yeah, up until, what, 300 years? Maybe even later than that. Arranged marriages, very, very common.
Oops, 720. We treated ourselves like animals more so than now. So, yeah, we have slowly been evolving in mental state. Not just knowledge or reason, and learning reason, but also in our emotive states.
Yeah.
We've been evolving, or may I throw out maturing, to become that idealized adult that we all think we are. That's why I say that the human species is in its adolescence at best.
Absolutely.
Yeah, civilization is molding us. You know, the civilization we create kind of molds us, and it's like they feed off each other, I guess.
I don't think the family unit's going anywhere, though. I think
no. No, that's our basic tribalism. That's our basic communal spirit.
But you will find with the drive to individualism over the last 4 decades, there are places in the world where the sense of family has been utterly eroded. My family's a good example.
My family too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that already.
Yeah, your family is another good example.
Well, let's put it this way: my brother and I are estranged because he is.
Praise Jesus, for he has returned.
Great, I lost my thought. Thanks.
One of the many services I provide.
I'm sorry you lost your thought, but it was worth it for the joke.
Yeah.
Hey, Katie.
Paranor, you were something about your brother being estranged?
Yeah, and he's very individual, and has called me irresponsible because he changed plans. Right. It's what I call concern without consideration. The whole individual thing. Yeah, I thought I would never really be claimed. Anyway. Hang on.
How's it going?
Oh, I guess I'm not keeping that one. It doesn't have video. Okay, fuck it. That one goes away.
What's the matter, Yoda? Huh? What's
Weird.
Come on, Yoda. That's weird.
Where am I at? 714. Holy crap.
Your cat is laying on your mic.
Turn off the cat. Turn off the cat.
No, that was a cat purring in the microphone.
Like I said,
I got her in my lap.
That's what we said.
Yeah.
She hasn't done that for a while.
726 is next. Ay vey. I've almost reached this month.
Hey, crap! Wait a minute. I've only got 3 left. Rock on. I'm almost done downloading all the shuffles.
Oh, cool.
Holy shit. Well, except for this one. But this one still needs to be aired properly.
Don't you bite my foot. Don't.
Granted, I think I technically missed the first 3 on the Heathen channel, but fuck them. I don't think the proto-shuffles matter. They're transitional forms and all.
So what are you saying is shuffle them all? They weren't created?
Oh, no, they're really fucking old. There are a couple real fucking old ones, including the one in which I coined the term Insomnia Shuffle. And there were technically some proto-shuffles before that.
Actually, I'm gonna step out too. My damn cigarette.
But yeah, I've almost got the full set now. And then I get to load them in and see how long it'll take to air it. And then we'll find out if Google will actually cut off the stream at some point during it. But in theory, you can broadcast 24 hours a day, so fuck them. So we'll see how many days worth of shuffles it is. I've got to get these last, what, 3? I think? 2? Yeah, 3. I'm including the lounges into the shuffles. But yeah, eternal fucking hangout. Pre-recorded, of course. Should be fun. My way of saying fuck you, Google.
At least you can say fuck Google in some way.
Yeah. Actually, more so fuck the stupid little kids that are trying to flag. I'm really considering putting a link in the description that, leads to nowhere.
Just put an LMTGFY link in the description.
A what?
We lost it.
Put a let me Google that for you link in the description that goes to search getting a fucking life.
The Google link is a tiny URL leading to a page that just says fuck you. Nah.
Hey, did you already go in and block the name that did that?
Actually, they've gotten the boot. They're gone.
No, I mean the other person that did the porn bomb earlier today.
Oh, I have no idea who the fuck it was.
See if you can find out and block the name so they have no chance of getting in here.
I invited Dave, but yeah. Was there another one other than that, or just that one?
That's the only one that was in Skype.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure there have been probably 5 or 6 more, though.
Yeah. Fucking assholes. And of course, Google doesn't even bother to fucking investigate this shit.
That costs money.
Now there's no more live streams for us to shut down. Oh, assholes.
Guilty regardless.
Yeah, fucking douchebags. On both sides. This is. I mean, Google clearly is not fucking looking into it at all because, yeah, the size of that fucking thumbnail. Good luck figuring out what the hell that was supposed to be. Of course, you better fucking bet if it was fucking PewDiePie doing a live stream that somebody did that to, they'd be like, "Oh, we're sorry, let us off your knob."
Oh my!
We're sorry about that. Let's just go hire the Mafia hitman to come take care of the troll who did that to you.
Don't even say that on air. Somebody might take you seriously.
Well, that's what the Google plane does. When you see it flying over your house, it's like the internet troll that fucks PewDiePie.
I'm not entirely against someone going out and shooting the fucker.
I am completely opposed to this, and this is not something somebody should be talking about on air.
All right.
This is a completely inappropriate discussion because you're advocating actual violence against somebody that may or may not. Never mind, deserve it.
We would like to apologize to the NSA agent who is listening. We didn't actually mean it. Please.
Hey, I defended the NSA on a YouTube video they gave me.
This channel,
Sorry, what
this
did we
video
do?
is not responsible for any comments made or something.
Sorry, what did we do? What did I miss?
Never mind.
The NSA.
We were not advocating the murder of anyone. We were joking.
Oh, good.
I didn't advocate murder now, just manslaughter.
Yes, I would not advocate for anyone's murder. Me.
Okay, there are 2 left. Okay.
No.
Nah.
Me either.
That's the official word.
Ugh. Yeah, I just wish I went with my first thought the other day, which, you know, when the kids said, well, what do you guys think about PewDiePie? I should have kicked both of those little fuckheads out.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, and this is the real kicker, unfortunately my hand wasn't very responsive courtesy of the fucking stroke.
Oh.
Oh.
So it took a total 2 seconds longer than it would have otherwise.
You know, because I was caught in trying to figure out what the fuck that was for some reason.
Yeah. Regardless, we threw them out as soon as we fucking could, but that's not good enough for Google. Assholes.
Yeah.
Still with it.
And mine got caught in this spirally thing.
Well, you and Exile did hear what happened to me, right?
What?
Hang on, we've got more trains. Hold on.
Stream. What do you mean?
Exile said what happened.
Yeah, somebody jumped into one of my hangouts and put up some, you know, apparently it was porn. I couldn't tell what the fuck it was. So I booted their ass the fuck out of the hangout. Then 10 seconds later, my channel was flagged and shut down for showing porn.
Can't you keep them in there and not let them show the porn? Would that be possible?
Well, I mean, here's the problem. It was only shown on screen as this teeny tiny little fucking thumbnail.
I wouldn't boot them because then, like, you know, as soon as you boot them, like, if you could let them stay in there somehow. But,
There's
like,
no, because if they stay in there, they can show it on their tiny little fucking thumbnail.
oh, I think
That and they're playing loud music as well.
you can't control that.
Yeah, what's the Hangout format where you can actually have control over
Over their camera. and shit?
camera and
It's cameraman, but all that does is hide them from the stream. What happens is you say, okay, sure, fine, they're showing their little blue person thing, fine, here you go. Okay, you're now displayed on stream, and that's when they do it once you put them on stream anyway. So that wouldn't have solved the problem. Because they would have waited till they were on the stream, and that. So, hello, how are you? You know, I was even trying to be nice talking to the little shit.
Can't you take control of their camera, like, and start like broadcasting?
No, it's too late. Icon. It's already too late. It's already changed, and the icon was enough. Because it was not just showing the screen; it was just showing the little icon, and it was showing them quarter size.
Yeah.
And not a
that was
very
still
high
enough
res
to get
clip.
and that was still enough for Google to fuck me.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no fucking, and this was basically my defense is, you know, I mean, yeah, somebody came in without, I let somebody came into the hangout and without my permission started airing this porn shit. They were only in a tiny little thumbnail, and I kicked them as soon as I could.
Long story short, Google is now known to support sexual assault.
Yep.
Ooh.
It's true. No, all right, that is sexual assault.
Yeah, technically.
It is.
Yeah.
Oh, that could make for a fun video.
It might
I'd
make
make it
it might make it might make for a fun court case.
That's the angle you use with your videos, because you know the SJWs will jump on it because you use the word sexual assault in the title.
Yep, and Google's a huge corporation. They love bitching and whining about huge corporations.
Yeah.
And by the end of the week, it will be all over Tumblr.
There you go. You'll be trending.
You might actually get a sub out of it.
Actually, this whole fiasco's gotten me quite a few subs.
I've just thought of a way you could thwart.
Careful with that. Thinking is dangerous.
Well, I live dangerously. What you could do on your XSplit is have like a little square, little censorship square, and just have it off camera. Yeah, and when somebody drops in that you don't know who it is, just drop the censorship square over them. Yeah, and hide them from the stream that way.
I'd already taken so many fucking countermeasures though. By that point.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing: is I already had shit tons of countermeasures already in place. It was okay. Hang on, let me jump back to the fucking screen. Here we go. Alt broadcast. Now I'd cut my broadcast screen down to this. Actually, hang on. Let me switch to XSplit. Hang on.
Oh.
There we go. There we go. Okay. I'd already cut my broadcast screen down to this.
Yeah.
Let's see now. Screen cap. And the size of their icon was, let's see now, yoink, smaller than this.
Yeah.
This big. That's how big their little fucking icon was. See the size of Ken's head on there?
Yeah.
That's how small it was, and that was enough for me to get flagged for porn.
Yeah. The censorship square might work. The only problem is if someone dropped out, the icons would shift.
Yeah, when somebody comes and goes, it moves everything around.
Yeah.
However, they would, if they did try it with a square over them, they'd still you could tell them they're being broadcast, but you put a square over it.
Yeah.
So they'll pull their stunt, but it doesn't work.
And they'll still flag you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then on review,
Google apparently it doesn't look and doesn't give a fuck.
No.
Yeah.
Google's not looking and they don't give a shit.
Yeah.
You got flagged. That's all they care. Yeah.
Wow.
It's all dependent on the person.
I can't do anything with my name for 6 fucking months now because of this little turd.
Maybe I should try and talk to him.
I had been trying. I'd actually spoken to him previously. I'm like, hey, how you doing? So what's up with you? Do you have a topic for us today? I was actually being civil with a little fuck.
Right.
And then they pulled that crap and then flagged me immediately. Little son of a bitch.
Do you know the username, or do they just keep making this?
The username's already been deleted. They're gone. We got them thrown the fuck off. But that won't stop them from starting another sock account.
Yeah.
Which they've already done and already gotten other ones by the looks of it.
Yeah, and they got Dave S early.
I'll make him a video from my channel. That's always working. What's his name?
Sean McCrathy.
John McCrathy, but at the same point, his account's closed. Sean, rather, sorry.
Hello, porn false flagging troll.
Well, I mean, the thing is, no, it's not technically false flagging. He's making it so you're flaggable.
Yeah.
Some attention.
It's entrapment.
Yeah, that's literally what it is. He's entrapping.
Hey, entrapment troll, this is for you.
Yeah.
And then just play some Benny Hill.
Yeah.
Yakety sax, gotta love it.
Yep, yakety sax for the win.
Yeah. Little son of a bitch.
Yep.
Let's see now.
He has a very small penis he's trying to make up for.
Well, that's why Benny Hill is so appropriate.
Oh, especially with the coat. He had a real small penis.
Yeah. Okay, and I should, in theory, see about taking this thing offline so I can download it.
Yeah. But we're having too much fun.
Yeah,
Is
the
this
conversation
live?
was just getting interesting. Yeah,
What?
it is.
It is live?
Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah. Yeah, we got a button.
What do you mean, oops?
We got a button.
Hold on.
It says live up in the corner here.
Yeah.
When Redline
You
was
just had
in
the
here?
on air.
Uh-oh. Okay, well, I did not know that. But that's okay.
Don't worry. That no.
You're not watching the monitor either, I bet.
No, I'm not. I'm across from Brian
Yeah.
by necessity. I mean, I could come over. Are you on camera?
No.
Well, they don't know where I am then. How do they
No.
know? I'm sitting right in front of you.
For all we know.
I'm sitting right in front of you.
Well, you have to be within mic shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That kind of tickled me though. I said, well, I'm gonna go something about I'm gonna go over there and sit with you. Or are you on camera?
Yeah. Well, the laptop screen is
Right between us.
right between us
So I can-
and facing me, as you can now see.
Oh, if you have another CRT, you could do dual monitor, right?
Sorry?
That must have a VGA or an HDMI port on it. You should be able to do dual monitor.
Ooh, that would be cool, wouldn't it?
If
Yeah,
you have
but
an check for an HDMI or a VGA port. If you do, you can go dual monitor.
And there are, in fact, twin monitors waiting in the UK for this to be plugged into.
I
Yeah,
think
if you have a TV.
It's his soundboard.
Yeah, I did try hooking this up to the TV that's in the other room, but the signal selection functionality of the TV just didn't seem to give me access to the
It's a
HDMI
cabin.
signal.
We're in a cabin right now,
That's
essentially.
got nothing to do with the TV.
Yep.
Nothing works right. Yeah.
Oh, you're like in a hunting lodge cabin?
It's kind of like it's a little house that was built in the 1800s, so it's very cabin-like, and it's all by itself.
Right, and like whoever owns it only goes up there once in a while, right?
I will post pictures at some point on Facebook or G Plus or something.
You now remember Little House on the Prairie and feel old.
Yeah, I remember that show.
I had a crush on the older one.
Blind
Ran
children
forever in the UK.
dying.
It's got its quirks, let's put it that way. Like, yeah, it's very old.
I think they loop played it on BBC Two for about 3 years.
Ouch.
Every Sunday. Probably no, longer than that. More like a decade.
Who? What?
BBC Two. Or was it Channel 4? It might have been Channel 4 because they had adverts.
You're literally not asking me, though, right?
No.
Because I wouldn't know.
I'm asking my memory.
Yeah. Something Exile will have to learn is Exiled in the UK you only have 4 channels to choose from.
No, we don't.
Awesome. I hate having too many choices.
No, we don't.
Hate that.
No.
Sorry.
I don't
They got 2 more, so they got 6 now.
I don't go in bookstores. I don't go in music stores. I can't stand it. It drives me crazy when there's so many choices.
With satellite and cable going, there are upwards of 80 plus.
And I don't watch television anyway. Ever.
I mean, good grief, you've got channels that are dedicated to 6 hours of roulette.
That's weird.
Yeah, between like midnight and 6 a.m. And there's nothing else on that channel slot.
Brian.
Well, they've got the golf channel here.
That would be interesting to see a reality TV show called Russian Roulette, and that's all it is, just Russian Roulette.
Oh, it's getting very Deer Hunter in here.
I'd recommend Sean McCarthy as a contestant.
Yeah, Sean McCarthy.
Brian, didn't the BBC change swap over to color because they added snooker to the lineup?
We watched snooker in black and white for a good decade and a half, I'll have you know. It was great.
Oops, there we go. Stop that.
And we had such classic commentaries on the TV as, for those of you watching in black and white, the green is next to the blue.
That's I'm gonna love it there, and I can tell.
Yeah, I remember when we started getting color color shows. You know, at the beginning of the show, it'd have this great big thing in different color letters, in color. You know.
Yeah, well, you see, when I was a kid, all I knew was black and white TV up to a certain point.
Yeah.
And my brain compensated. It filled in the colors for me. So when my grandparents got the first color TV in my family, and I watched it, it was.
Holy shit!
It wasn't the case. It wasn't the case of it's in color. It was a case of the color giving it an extra depth.
What, Shadow?
17 days worth. Almost 18.
Oh, yes.
Oh, nice.
You said 5.
Accumulated
Jesus
shadows.
Bad guess. It's a
some
total
shows.
of 430 hours.
Nice.
Oh, man.
Well, Brian, I remember as a kid we had a color TV, and a friend of mine down the street had a black and white TV.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the
You're our age? How old are you?
Born in the 70s.
You
But anyways, we
were
watched
younger than us.
the reruns.
You remember
You
black and white in the 70s?
Yeah, I remember.
People still had some black and white TVs.
Yeah, my grandfather.
Yeah, you can
Anyway,
still
let me
buy
just
black
finish
and white
my
TV
story.
right up until the late 80s.
Yeah. Anyways, my friend would come over to the house, and we would watch Gilligan's Island and reruns. Okay. But by the time we started doing this regularly, we ran out of color episodes, and they started replaying the old black and white ones.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Fun days.
Which, to us as kids, it didn't matter if it was in black and white. We were watching it on a color TV.
Yeah. And one of the things that helped, I can remember when I was about 8 or 9, one of the shows that I was gripped to during the summer was, and they showed it every summer, so it was great for me as a kid, was a classic European show from Switzerland called Belle and Sebastian. And, and the fact that it was set in the Alps, you had the black and white starkness of the mountains, so that played into and worked off it being in black and white anyway. So the little bits of color that you might have had, like, you know, the wood of the building, or, you know, little details like that, your brain just filled in because the main picture already made sense.
Well, the thing is, I remember watching just enough black and white TV that I could always tell what color things were.
Well, when they
just kind of get used to it.
Did you ever notice that red? Did you ever notice that red had a certain type of gray to it?
Yeah. When I was watching snooker in black and white, I used to keep track of the balls by what shade of gray they were. Yeah,
Well,
and
you
my
can always
mind
tell
automatically filled in the color.
You can always tell the quality of the camera or the quality of the cinematography by the ability to distinguish all the contrast, the color.
Well, I mean, the funny thing is, there were times though back in the day that they used articles of clothing that were a slightly different color to make sure that it looked red on camera, even though it was in black and white.
Well, that was Superman, the old black and white Superman series of serials. The costumes were actually brown and something, I think.
It was
sure that the brand is red. Yeah.
It's tricks for black and white photography they use, because you have to tell the story with black and white, where you have to replace the color with story.
Yeah. And the thing is, the human brain is very, very forgiving. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not sure exactly what the percentage of it is, but if you're listening to something, you can actually have a fairly significant dropout and still make absolute total sense of what somebody's saying.
And reading, you can
reading, yes.
words backwards.
Yeah, as long as all the letters are in there and the first and last letter are what they should be, your brain will reorder the rest to the correct spelling.
And with Green here, he can actually speak a little more detail on that if he wants. Not trying to put you on the spot, man.
Hey, Green.
I just came in. I just followed the show Dark Shadows. I used to watch as a kid.
Oh.
and that was in black and white, but it was odd because it seemed very blue.
Yes.
Even though it was black and white, so it's like it had, shades of blue, but that's as far as I can remember.
Marvelous series.
Yeah, I mean, some of the old black and white stuff that I remember as a really young kid, seeing things like Time Tunnel and Land of the Giants and stuff like that. The stories and some of the settings, I mean, they fitted black and white storytelling very, very well, and you were so gripped by what was going on. You just were not, you were just completely blissfully unaware of it being in black and white.
It was like a lot of the old horror movies, some of the really, really good ones, they used black and white. It was like an art form, it could set a mood, it'd be so eerie and creepy.
Yeah, there was a UK studio, Hammer House.
Yes.
They
I remember Hammer House.
were very good at that.
X the Unknown was one of the ones that just scared the piss out of me when I was a kid.
The entire Quatermass series.
Yes,
Yeah. Well, I mean,
that was some great stuff.
With color, you don't have to work so hard for the scene to tell its story, right? That's where the art form of black and white comes in. You have to pull the story out.
Dark Shadows, yes. Wasn't that one of the ones that was back in the day that was originally broadcast live? And
yeah, it was a soap opera kind of thing.
It was the first TV soap opera, actually.
Yeah.
Barnabas.
I do remember seeing some early episodes a while back that I found online, and they very much had that live broadcast feel to them.
Yeah. Yeah, I think at least some of it was.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you could see where the actors were literally just repositioned in the story by a camera change.
Yeah, I think it was by like Carol Burnett live.
Oh, Carol Burnett was awesome.
Oh, she was brilliant. Tim Conway, Roger Corman.
Yeah.
What's that thin guy, balding, who always did the announcer? I can never remember his name. Oh, Vicki Lawrence.
Oh, I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know enough about the shows.
So you're talking about the black and white. I remember the first Godzilla, way back. It's like, here's this monstrous thing up against the sky, and you don't really see him that good. It's just like a silhouette with some little highlights going down one side of the body where you kind of pick out the eye and bumps and scales and stuff. It's so creepy.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the shows that I can never see in color is The Twilight Zone.
Yes.
I can never see those things in color.
Oh, yes, they worked so well in black and white.
Yeah, it was
absolutely
beautifully done.
That's how I learned to take pictures, take photographs when I was a teenager.
Black and white. I love black and white photography.
You got a lot.
Things that I used to do with an enlarger. Ooh.
Yeah.
Multiple exposures and. Oh yes, ghost photographs are ludicrously easy to do.
Yeah.
And they look very beautiful too, those photographs. I think they're very artistic.
They can, yeah.
Yeah, they can be very artistic.
Yeah.
There is a movie that's black and white. I think it's a recent film. It's called Pi. It's the same guy who did Requiem for a Dream.
Yes.
It's a very good movie, black and white.
I haven't seen that.
Pi. Yeah.
Another.
Sounds good. I like that guy. That was a good film.
Another film.
I'm having a brain fart.
Another film that made really good use of black and white, and I know this is going to sound really cliche and cheesy, but Wizard of Oz.
Quick interruption that's off topic. I'm having a brain fart. What's the word for someone who inadvertently supports a crime?
An accomplice.
Accomplice, thank you.
But accomplice could be deliberate as well as inadvertent.
Yeah.
Called a partner in crime.
Ken, I think what
Unwitting
you're
accomplice, I'd qualify it with.
Well, I'm about
Aiding
to.
and abetting.
Well, no, I'm about to make a post on Google Forums saying, so a rash of porn bombing has occurred recently on Google Hangouts. 3 people whose Hangouts which I follow, random people join in, one of which got in to an invite only without the invite, only to display pornographic material without the consent of participants consent of the participants or the host, which, in parentheses, by the way, forcing people into a sexually explicit situation without consent is sexual assault. And upon being kicked, they flagged the Hangout for porn or nudity from several sock-closed accounts. At this point, the Hangout is immediately terminated by Google's live representatives, Red Automated Bot, and a strike is put against the account. Upon appealing, every single appeal from those 3 as well as dozens, according to a quick search of Google Forums and Reddit, have been rejected. By supporting the attackers and blaming the victim, Google is supporting and endorsing this act of sexual assault. Are there plans for Google to change the situation, or are they just going to remain willing accomplices to this crime?
Nice.
Nicely put.
That's really well done.
Yeah,
nicely
I mean, it's something to get their attention. And can you send it to you, like...
Yeah, I'm posting it on the tech support forum for Google Hangouts.
Or is there
Nice.
at legal or something? Google at legal?
No, wait. The at legal is only any good if you're part of one of these market groups.
Networks.
They still
If you're
read
not-
your shit.
If you don't have part of a network agreement, you are not allowed to talk to or get any response from their legal team.
I'm a partner.
That doesn't matter. You need to be
Okay.
part of a network, and it has to be a network which has a legal agreement with their
You know
legal
what?
team to talk
In
to
my
them.
inbox,
And even
I
then,
have
you're
about
only,
2 dozen opportunities.
Exiled.
even then you're only allowed to contact them to have content taken down. Otherwise, legal does not respond.
I've been in touch with legal.
So I have in the past too, but they changed
At
the
YouTube, not at Google, at YouTube. I don't know if that is.
They've changed the policy. That's the problem.
Well, see, I still have that contact in my inbox.
Echo.
Oh, let me fix. Sorry, me.
Is that me?
No.
It's going to be me. Hang on.
There's the link if you guys want to +1 it.
It's trippy. Yeah, make sure I see that. I want to +1 more.
Where's the +1 thing?
Just +1ing it now.
I mean, what would you want as a resolution?
Now, can I share it?
And
The resolution I would want is for Google to actually investigate the appeals and remove the strikes.
Is that it? Don't you want them to prevent that from happening to your channel in the future?
Eventually, but that's not an immediate result. That's not something that can be done overnight.
Plus, this may actually kick them into gear for doing it on their own.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm going to try an experiment here.
And then they can claim that they were being the better.
I wonder if anybody else is experiencing this or if it's just you.
No, Dave got hit earlier, so there's at least myself and somebody else, and I'm willing to bet that there's been a rash of it.
Is Dave S the guy that ran the hangout that Monkey Tail goes to?
No, Dave S is a psychologist, English.
Oh, okay, all right.
I'm trying to think of a catchy title to get people's attention so that we can find out how many other people this is happening to.
Oh, call it Google Rape, and then SJWs will be all over it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Google Rape Gate. Because you have to put gate on there.
Hashtag.
Yeah, it needs a gate.
Yeah.
It needs a gate.
Needs a gate.
Oh,
Put a
geez.
gate subject on.
Troll gate?
That's
No.
just going to attract more trolls. That's, yeah. They'll be like,
Well,
oh,
That's it. You want us to go and go and go. Let them spread it.
The thing is, SJWs are a form of trolls. Come on.
Okay,
they are.
just as a point of interest, what you can do, because I'm just about to do it, is you can, once you've +1'd that comment on that link that KD put in there,
Yeah.
you can copy the URL, you can go over to your G+, and you can put that in as a shared URL and post it on your G+ profile. I am just about to do that.
Yeah.
And I'm going to call it
I don't know if they
hashtag
We're making all kinds of changes right now.
Google
It's busy.
Rapegate.
Stop Google Rapegate.
Oh yes, stop. Ash.
And just either stop Google
No.
Rape or Google Rapegate, one or the other.
Yeah, Google Rapegate, I think. Google Rapegate
No, I wouldn't call
So
it.
this now has its own hashtag.
now
Sexual
a
harassment.
thing.
It's sexual harassment.
Okay.
No, you cover it from multiple angles and see which meme catches on.
Okay, so my post literally reads hashtag Google Rapegate is now a thing. ...
Yeah.
There we go.
Basically, Google's system is being hacked by trolls.
Well, it's not that it's being hacked. It's just
nuts.
Taken advantage or abused.
And
it's just the fact that there is no fucking oversight.
Yeah. If they see something like that, they should investigate it.
Yeah.
I have a question for you, heathens.
Yep.
What if this has actually been going on more than we realize, and Google just gets flooded every day with all these stupid claims that people are
Most likely. Most
and then they
likely.
just simply say, fine, all the porn ones, you flip them on automatic and let the bots take care of it.
That's probably, honestly, I'm willing to bet that's exactly what's fucking happening, and people are just exploiting the shit out of it.
Yeah.
But if that's the case, you know, they need to have some oversight. They need to have somebody that goes and checks the shit.
Yeah.
They'll probably just take your features away. That's the thing.
You know, if they take some of your features away, right now, I don't give a shit.
It's the strength that hurts.
What if they took it down?
Sorry, damn fucking echo, sorry.
Alright. We'll just blame Prudent.
Hey, Prudent.
What if they just took down the ability to have Hangouts? They could just remove it. And we wouldn't have Hangouts. They got us by the balls, everybody.
We'll all be forced to move over to Skype. Nobody.
No,
like,
we use like Vaughn Live or fucking Blog TV or some stuff.
Vaughn Live stuff.
Yeah, just migrate to Vaughn Live.
Fuck that.
One Live sucks.
We, no. Couldn't, never mind.
Just when everything was working fine, they have to go and change everything, though.
Yeah.
Fucking irritating.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to do this. You'll like it. Give it a chance. Okay, now that we've forced you to do it this way,
We've got
just
a
take
zillion.
it away again.
We've got a zillion
Figure out
impersonation
something
accounts, and then,
Meh.
The thing is, if they made it so that every fucking account needed to be approved by a phone number
Yeah.
before you could join a Hangout or post or anything, I'd be fucking thrilled at this point.
Yeah, I think that'd be a good idea. So, like,
I can't support that because I don't have a phone number.
Well, can you be texted?
do you have Gmail? You have a phone on Gmail.
Because one of the options for phone verification is just texting you a code.
I guess I can receive text messages, but it wouldn't be my phone.
Well, that's fine. You'd still be able to get an account then.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm saying is, if well, you have somebody else's phone. Never mind.
Yeah, they only use a phone number just for the verification, and that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. The main reason for that is so that if you do have issues accessing or your account being hacked, or you forget passwords, then you've got a backup number that you can negotiate recovery through.
But prior to moving here, I just used Gmail's free phone. Just used it from my computer.
Unfortunately, I don't have a cell phone nor a Google phone. Works in Canada.
Gmail doesn't work?
Google
phone Gmail does, but no, there's no Canadian numbers.
Oh, that's okay. You don't get a phone number. You can make calls out though. You can make free calls out.
Oh, yes, that works. I'm sorry, yes.
But no, you don't get a phone number. I think you can buy one.
Yeah.
There we go.
This game sucks.
Thing is, I don't feel the need to go full screen with it. That should work. Now to add a media file.
Yeah, never go full anything. I mean, it doesn't bode well in this community. I mean, there's a plethora of examples. Going full Monty, going full Burns, going full G-Man, going full whatever. This just doesn't bode well.
You know,
it goes well if you go full Prudence.
Nobody ever goes full Prudence.
Yeah.
Not even Prudent goes full Prudent anymore.
You beat me to it.
Not even Prudent goes full Prudent anymore. He's only done that once or twice in the past, even.
Yeah.
I don't name even one time over the past year where oh, never mind.
Wow, you're crazy.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Either your headset's broken or you have to reload.
No, it's my damn microphone. Just give it a minute.
Prudent is all right by me.
Thank you very
Title
much.
T.
Yep.
Did you guys
You're exile approved.
Did anybody see what happened to Bernie Sanders today at NCS?
Yes.
Oh, that
Well, I know. What happened?
Fucking SJW trolls came in, took over, and took over his whole thing.
For what?
For Black Lives Matter.
And they just these two black ladies stormed the stage and they just tried to shout over everything, and they were just yelling, "We need our time to talk." And what was funny is like they're yelling, like they're demanding their time to talk in front of the microphone, as one of his staffers is telling them, "Okay, we'll let you have the microphone after he's done speaking."
Yeah.
But what really made Sanders look so bad in that is like he didn't even stand. He should have just said, "You know what? This is my event. I have the right to speak here. You asked me. I was invited to speak here."
That's not how Bernie is. Bernie will fucking engage. He believes in protesting.
He did not engage. He just hid timidly behind his staffers, which did not put him in a positive
Well,
light.
he gave them their time, right, to make their statements.
There was no stopping these idiots. They were pushing like crazy.
Well, what I find so funny is, like, you know, out of all the presidential candidates, like, Bernie Sanders is at least the one who would probably give the SJWs most of what they want. But with a lot of these people, they have this all-or-nothing attitude. You know, you have a guy who's probably going to give you maybe 60 or 70% of what you want. Oh, not good enough. Got to shout him down.
Yeah.
Yeah, but here's the thing. A guy who's going to give you 60, 70% of what you want versus arseholes that aren't even going to come anywhere close to 2%.
Here's the thing about this whole Black Lives Matter thing. I cannot get behind that concept because that is making this ridiculous claim that lives matter.
Oh,
No.
I sort of got into a little tussle.
No, wait a minute, lies matter, you bloody hell.
I got into a little argument with a couple of people earlier in this week. They were posting like one of the Black Lives Matter videos, and what I basically did was I said, well, one, I don't like the way he's presenting this argument because he's trying to pander to people's emotional outbursts, which you have to understand who they're appealing to in the first place. But it's so rife with logical fallacies and statistical errors. And I mean, I spent like 3-4 fucking hours actually going through the stats, trying to show like why they were wrong. And I made this incredibly long response. And I'm not going to name names, but I had a couple of people who kind of got a little pissed with me. So I have now pissed people off on the internet. I guess that's something I can now add
Who
to.
did you piss off?
Prudence, did you hook your computer up to the internet and log in today?
I got into it with Alan D. over it.
Because if you've hooked your computer up to the internet and logged in today, guess what you've done?
I've pissed people off.
You've pissed people off.
It's fun to some. Well, the thing is, and I'm guilty of this too, but everybody just wants to have that moment of internet ponage where you get into an argument with someone and you're just so sure you're right because you know, like, how you research the stuff you're researching the stuff harder than the other people, so you feel so determined, and sometimes I take it a little personally. I probably shouldn't, but sometimes it's maybe I just want to.
By the way,
I've never been a great participant in the whole YouTube phonage culture thing, but I did inadvertently run into one of the sweetest opportunities ever when I came across the post-rapture pet care thing.
I remember
That was sweet.
Does anybody here have a Reddit account?
No.
I do.
I did, but
Is it worth having one?
nah.
No, but we should
Not
post
really.
this on Reddit as well.
Oh bloody hell! That's
Because I'm sure
Probably
if
not
a
a bad
Google
idea.
if a Google person actually does see this post, they'll probably just remove it and ban me from posting on the forums.
true.
Yeah. Hey Ken, what would happen if you put that on 4chan?
Absolutely nothing. 4chan will be in support of the people doing the porn bombing.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, what forum on Reddit would it go?
I fucking don't know. I've never been on Reddit really.
I go only specific, so I'd have to do a search.
Yeah, not a.
They'd have to.
I'm sure they have a Reddit page dedicated to Google Hangouts, or maybe a Reddit page dedicated to Google. Reddit.
That's possible.
Yeah, r/Google.
Okay.
And it's run by Google too. Nice.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
That's a good place to post it.
So Google runs their own
Nice.
Reddit page.
Yep.
Apparently.
Huh.
What? You think they're gonna let somebody else run it for them?
Our Google is for news, announcements, and discussion related to all Google services and products. Yeah, it belongs there.
Okay.
Yeah, but maybe they don't run it. Maybe somebody else started it.
Yeah, but I wouldn't want to copy the link. I'd want to actually.
Copy the whole post, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's already shared on my G Plus page, so
Let me see.
that'll be the Brian J 1962 account, not this one.
And /r/ what was it?
Google.
Okie dokie.
Huh.
You know
I
I'm
hadn't
going
heard
to have to
anything-
come
Oh,
to.
sorry.
I'm going to have to come to you for any. Your. I mean, I couldn't word things like you did.
Just copy paste it.
Yeah.
This Black Lives Matter thing, I hadn't heard of that until
Rainbow is objecting.
To what? What's she objecting to?
She says, doesn't sexual assault have to be in person? Aren't Google Hangouts fucking optional? LOL.
Where's that posted?
Under Brian.
Oh, she's responded to my post.
Yeah.
The host would be the person, as well as technically everyone in the Hangout that is not there for that kind of treatment.
And those who are also watching at home.
It's actually sexual harassment, but, yeah, technically, but you guys wanted to put sexual...
Yeah,
What?
sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
Well, the thing is, it's sexual harassment up until the point that that your channel is banned from doing further Hangouts because of it. It's ultimately Google that's turning it from mere harassment into an assault, because there is actual damage being done by it.
Okay, I'm going to write that down to read. No, don't just scroll.
Reddit link here if anybody else has a Reddit account.
Huh, look, it's Boom's birthday today for the 4th time this year.
Yay! Oh, 4th time, okay. Allegedly.
Yeah, it is. Hey, Boom, you're supposed to use the same date, okay?
No replies yet. I'll check tomorrow.
We come back, 10,000 replies.
Well, it could get interesting. It is Reddit.
Yeah. So, Brian, where did you put your comment?
On my G Plus page.
He just posted it.
Oh, okay, hold on.
You have to go over there and argue with Rain, everybody. Go argue with her.
Where is it? I see some don't panic stuff from the 11th.
First has got don't panic.
Where is it? Oh, I see it.
Great advice, don't panic. Always know where your towel is, damn it.
Your what?
Your towel.
Towel.
Oh.
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Oh.
I can't argue sexual assault.
Why not?
Because I can't make that argument. I can only make a sexual harassment argument. I like Keaton's. I want to see it written out. I want to see what you just said written in a comment.
I don't see a comment here.
Now, actually, my statement is the person coming into the Hangout to show this unwanted material is harassment. The same person then immediately flagging the Hangout for pornography to get it shut down, that's the point at which it becomes assault.
Yep.
Because actual damage is being done, in many people's case, financial
Because
damage.
at that point there's damage being done, and in my case it's financial.
Okay.
Oh, and since no one said it yet, would someone not please think of the children?
Yeah.
Somebody please think of the children.
Yeah, think of them getting them banned.
I heard an outburst. What was that?
Oh, just thinking of the trolls. So.
Oh, okay. Well, it must have been a real good thought. Yeah.
No, not that sort of effort.
Well, I mean, all of a sudden I heard this. It's something, like, what did I miss?
Missed my vacuum. Behind the name. Like screaming out like Captain Kirk going to or Spock when he went. Cool scene. We're going to be breaking the golden rule here shortly, folks.
Oh,
Still alive.
you're going to do some bad stuff. Are you going to do a thing?
Oh, my thing's been put to bed for a bit.
No, I didn't take it there.
I didn't take it there.
No, I'm just saying, were you getting ready to do a thing?
No.
You have been known to do a thing here and there.
Sexy sauce.
My thing's tired. It's going to be bedtime, I think.
Oh shit, that's what 2:30 for you, ain't it?
Second. It is. Yeah, 2:30.
Yeah.
Not terrible.
Rainbow thinks it's Orwellian.
I mean, that's the thing is they're going into Hangouts to deliberately set them up so they can try and get their accounts banned.
Yep.
And they're doing it through showing pornography.
Yep.
Because it's the easiest way to get you banned, to get you kicked out.
Yeah.
And we even know that from YouTube. That's what got Happy Cabby shut down because he danced around in his underwear.
That's not porn. It's just gross.
I know, but they just, because it's how it was listed and it wasn't 18 plus.
How did they get into your room in the first place?
Oh, they asked to join, and I'm like, okay, I don't know who this person is, but okay, let's give them a chance. Talked with them for a few minutes, and then they threw the crap up there.
So they can't really pull the, well, you let them in because does anybody let a rapist in their door? No.
Well, you know, you can, but you don't know what their intent is.
Exactly.
Yeah, come on, it's not 1960s Batman here where all the thugs walk around with shirts with their intent.
So what do you think for a video description?
I'm sure Kobe Bryant was only invited in for coffee.
Description.
For a video about Google?
I can't argue right now.
Yeah, and all those young boys that Jeffrey Dahmer met up with, he just invited them into the house to talk about clowns. Or no, that was John Wayne Gacy.
Some weirdo.
As far as her Orwellian
I love it.
jab
But
is
she's
concerned,
right. Yeah.
I'm going to say, as for Orwellian, try Machiavellian.
Sounds like a cunning plan.
Yeah, just leave it at that. I'm not going to argue with her. I'm just going to ignore it. Okay?
Does she take a lot of wind to...
Yes, she's a very good arguer.
Yes, she is.
And she's making a very good point. But I don't know if she knows what's exactly going on, because nobody's laid out what it
I've
is.
got a question for you. If somebody broke into your house and
Yeah.
put kitty porn on your computer and then called the police, what would you call it?
It's a sexual. It's a sexual.
No.
attack.
Ask her opinion on that.
Okay.
I just ask her opinion. If somebody were to, in essence, break into your house, put kitty porn on your computer,
Okay.
and then call the police to report you, what would you refer to that as?
Okay, let's tell her. She's gonna get it. I'm gonna type. Here I go.
There we go. I think that'll be a good enough description for the Super Shuffle.
If
That's a
somebody,
good
hold on,
analogy.
I'm writing this, Brian.
Mm-hmm. I'm not writing that.
Oops.
Yeah, that's a really good analogy, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Same thing, just slightly less severe.
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately, it's being referred to as, in this case, quote, sexual assault, because there's no other way to put it.
Yeah.
You know, it goes beyond harassment, certainly.
Put kitty porn on your computer, right? Porn.
And then called the police, yeah.
And then call the police to report that you had kitty porn on your computer.
Yeah.
What would you call this? Where the term sexual assault is being used for lack of a better term.
Okay.
It's a damaging attack of sexual nature. I don't have a better term than sexual assault for that.
Okay.
Besides rape, and I don't think rape is appropriate here.
No, certainly not.
No. That would take away from rape.
Yeah, you saw it, Nodric. I'm going to be airing on the new channel all of the shuffles, one right after the next.
I have the playlist already configured in.
Nice.
And I'm just going to set the thing to broadcast all of them. So I'm going to be having this account locked down for, what did I say? It was like 17 fucking days? And I'll be recording additional ones offline like this in the meantime?
Take that, Google.
Yeah,
We're
fuck
going to
you.
eat up your bandwidth.
Hell, not by much, but still, fuck you.
Why don't you invite Rain to come into the hangout?
Which rain is this? Which rain?
Rainbow.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to tell her, come into the hangout. And
Rainbow was a guy, to be honest.
No, crap, I'm not finding it. R-E-I... Ah, there you go, I found her. I found her.
Okay.
So, we got popcorn ready.
I found her.
I'm about to get called from women, so I might have to pop out of here in a second.
That's fine, man. I'll catch you later.
Yeah, I'm just making the point that feminism doesn't actually have anything to do with it. It's a general policy.
No.
Yeah, I know, right? We're all feminists. Okay, everybody who's a feminist in here, raise your hand. Raise it.
I'd have to let go of my dick first, sorry.
Use the other hand.
Oh,
Alright,
okay.
that's turning me on.
Right
Okay.
there, she's raising her hand. I think.
Puppy dog, get that paw down.
Solidarity. Right?
I am egalitarian. I'm feminist when
Solidarity.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm an instance of both here, I'm afraid.
I'll just be a feminist just to be in solidarity with Red. That's all. Other than that, no.
Oh, she's asleep, actually.
Oh, okay.
So your solidarity goes for naught.
Yeah, Rainbow's been invited.
Soledad.
She's welcome to come.
I told her to come into the hangout.
Oh, prove it to my follower.
Send the link separately if you need to. Oh, I need to change screens, don't I?
Have you got her on Skype?
No.
No. No.
She doesn't have Skype, I don't think. I don't think she does.
Well, let me switch audio here. Give me a
She's
sec.
out in the middle of nowhere. She's pretty cool. I love her.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. I'm getting coffee. Do you want some?
And Google's still not fucking working right here, so let me fix it.
Coffee it is.
Playback devices, for some reason since the Windows 10 upgrade, some things are not working right. Shock up shocks. There we go. Yeah, Google Hangouts will only actually do the audio through my default sound device, regardless of what I set inside the Hangout.
Huh.
Not very happy about that. It's a nuisance.
I'm staying with 7, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't.
I think you're all very brave and all that, but yeah, I'm sticking with 7.
I don't frickin' blame you. Let's see now.
Wow, that was a thunder roller and a half.
There we go.
We had a pretty significant storm here not long ago.
Yeah.
We've been getting some weirder weather up this way. There were tornadoes out Saskatchewan way too, I think it was. Or was it Ontario? I can't remember.
It's Ontario.
Ontario, thank you.
We get tornadoes here too.
But we even got tornadoes in Nova Scotia, which is weird. It's weird
And there
because we're
and there
very
was
much
me
like the
thinking-
Highlands.
And there was me thinking you were joking about the croconados.
Yeah.
We also get the thunderstorms.
Yeah.
And
Well,
the earthquakes.
Yeah.
And the ice quakes.
It is not.
Right down the middle of the valley.
It is not unknown for storm clouds to drop frogs and various other things.
That's
Nope,
true.
Paranor,
You
I'm
guys
talking
get the
about-
frogs.
Paranor, I'm talking about continental rebound. That's because the glaciers pushed down on the continent.
Boing!
And then now it's going boom.
That sounds very rapey.
Well, it'd be nice if Rainbow got her butt in
Take
here.
that, young Earth creationists.
Sorry, what?
Oh, Well, maybe not the 6,000-year-old young Earthers, like when you have the 10 and 100,000-year ones. It took how long to form the glacier, stick it there, compress the continent, and take it away, and now the continent's got to rebound, right?
Yeah.
Fit that
Well,
in your
yeah, and
timeline.
you've also got to do that several times. I remember from when I was in Texas last year, the Franklin Mountains down there, they've been ocean floor at least 7 times, they reckon.
Oh.
Yeah.
And that's just from the different layers of fossils that they've found.
Well, ocean floor or inland sea?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Of course, there's a part of me that's wondering if I should have fucking left that video up there in case they do go back to try to review it at some point.
Yeah.
Of course, I could show them my fucking display screen, but they don't give a shit about that. It's like, hey, this is the size of the icons, thank you. And actually, I think they were technically smaller than I was showing them in here earlier. I remembered I was making them weirdly small that day. I'm like, I don't think anyone will be able to see who the hell's talking. I don't think you'll be able to read the names.
You
I
had
remember you making
down
that
to,
comment.
you had them down to making it for 15 people.
Yeah, I know.
What you did here today, as an example, you only had
Yeah, I had.
6, 7, you only about 8.
Well, the thing is, I don't know how many. I don't remember how many I had in a row. I think I had 7 in a row.
Yeah.
Because I had 2 rows on there.
Yeah.
That was set for 14 at the time, I think. Because I never display myself on the stream. Because there's no point in it.
Yeah, it says you.
Yeah, no point.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, I'm not sleeping well at the moment, so I get yawny at very odd times.
Yeah, it's okay.
Any of us doesn't do.
They're the same
Boy,
thing.
it's
I'm
like
just,
watching fucking paint dry, man. It's so tedious at this point.
I've actually stood in cupboards watching paint dry. It can be fascinating.
Why does that not surprise me about you?
When I was on PAX,
BBC has a
it
channel.
was, my favorite thing to do is just to sit and watch paint dry.
Yeah, I mean, when you're putting white gloss onto a brand spanking new copper pipe without the benefit of undercoat, it gets visually rather interesting very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The BBC had a channel when the TVs were still in black and white, where you could tune in and watch cupboards that were painted white with their paint drying.
We're trying to get a. Well, Heathens was making a good case for it, but I'm trying to get her to come in here.
Yeah.
Nobody bites unless it's requested.
I mean, admittedly, part of it is just for the sake of using charged language to get more attention.
Yeah.
Admittedly, that is part of the point.
A little bit of clickbait doesn't always is a bad thing. Yeah.
And a little known fact, Brian, in 1953 at Christmas, the BBC ran all the
Heathen's
episodes.
name now, username now.
Paint drying show.
Right now, I'm on his 13 Shadows.
13. You messaged her on 13 Shadows.
I invited her to the hangout under the actual, from this account.
Okay.
I didn't technically message her. I sent her the invite. But yeah, she's been in theory invited to this. Just send her the damn link to it, on and aside. Just in the little
copy and paste the arrow.
G plus set chat thing, not in the comments of the video.
Ryan has to put that in there.
I don't feel like having to do 8 million other things here.
I have to put what in?
Just link it to her privately. Just send her a private.
Yeah, I can't link things.
I will send her a link privately.
Yeah. I mean, I already did invite her to the hangout. Technically twice, I think, now.
Heavy, are you doing the safety dance?
But half the people don't know that this is my alt.
Stretching a little bit.
Yeah. It just looked interesting, so I thought I'd try to make it funny.
Oh, stretching was okay.
And Headless, I was trying to make a funny, not a furry.
What?
I said I was trying to make a funny, not a furry.
Okay. I missed something there.
Now, how do I... Yeah.
So we're waiting for a baby to be born, for somebody to get his kid back, and for us to get a piece. 3 things. Baby, father gets his kid back, and us.
Okay, I sent her the link.
Yeah, when I got back from the flea market today, I got a good bit of stuff. Then I started cleaning it and boxing different things to put on eBay.
Sweet.
Well, that's what I've been doing while we've been in the hangout.
Yeah.
Putting the information up and the pictures and stuff.
How well do you do it, financially at that?
Well, see, last year I made about $1,000 some odd dollars, not $1,000.
Yep.
But that was like for off and on for about 6 months, I think.
Yeah.
And I hadn't done it for a while, and then I started getting more duplicates of stuff and things from flea markets. I said, well, what the hell? I might as well go ahead and start again. Besides, I spent a little more on the toys than I sold, so
right.
I need to recoup my losses a little bit.
Yeah.
You do flea markets?
I buy things. I buy Power Ranger toys from flea market.
Love a flea market.
Yeah, and sometimes I keep them and sometimes I sell them. So. I also get stuff from Big Bag Toys. I get stuff off eBay, Toys R Us.
Oh, you do eBay too?
Yeah, that's what I've been doing. I've been sitting here putting in information and pictures for eBay to sell stuff.
How does eBay do these days? How is it? Sellers. It has been years since I was a seller on eBay.
Ooh, we may have to disappear.
I never had a problem, XL.
Yeah.
I had a good time.
Yeah.
I never made a lot of money, but
it's a matter of finding something that people want and pricing it accordingly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, and I've had a few issues as a buyer and seller, but
vanilla beans.
That's on 4 or 5. Normally, I'd be asleep by now. Usually, I cut shuffles after the second yawn before I get to the third.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm on yawn 1.5, I think.
What was your greatest sale you ever did, Exiled?
I used to make money on selling like things I found at garage sales, like old toys, like those metal ones. What were they called? Metal erector sets and stuff.
Oh, that's nice.
Dang, and there was me thinking you were going to say you brokered a sale of one of our
Honestly,
bridges.
clothing used to be used clothing, especially used denim, and stuff.
Oh, or be faded and stuff. Yeah.
Vintage clothing. I'm trying to think of all the things but you can see. There's probably nothing you can tell. I was called Vanilla Victoria.
Oh. No, but what was the most amount of money you made in the shortest amount of time?
I can't remember. It probably wasn't much. Maybe $100 or something.
I sold $1,500 in half an hour.
Of what?
What was it?
Oh, that would be exciting.
Baseball cards?
Wargaming figures.
Oh, you sold like your whole collection.
Oh, no. I didn't sell my whole collection.
Just his swapsies.
Just the stuff I didn't want.
Nice.
By the time I was done putting it up and putting some links around on websites I knew of where people would be interested to go look at stuff like this.
Yeah.
I came back just to make sure everything was in order,
Yeah.
and it had all sold.
Yeah, there's a.
Auctions? I was
And
so.
yes, and it was all auction, not buy nows.
Yeah.
Oh no, sorry.
Buy now.
It had to be buy it now.
Yeah, because auctions take several days.
That was a good hit.
And the most I ever sold to one person was $800.
Mm.
Give another one, Brian. You gonna live?
I'm muted. I'm muted. I'm gonna live.
Okay, we was wondering there for a moment.
Coffee. Yeah, he's coughing on a cigarette.
Oh, that was a cigarette. I thought it was the 420. No, Dennis Hopper here, thank you.
Huh?
Dennis Hopper. Blue velvet with the oxygen mask?
No, I was thinking like the little glass thing with the fingers on like that. Bong.
Uh-huh.
Where the heck is she?
Is that not beautiful? Look at that shit.
Let me see here.
Oh, that is pretty. Oh wow, yeah, that is.
Look at the pose that she's in.
Dress makes this chick looks like she's a peacock.
Fucking peacock, it's awesome. Wow, this
That
is
was a good one.
Can you guys hear the thunder?
Yeah. That was
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That just started.
Cannot see the Rockies right now.
They don't exist during storms.
You certainly can't see them. There's no evidence of them at all.
Where is it? I can't find rainbow. Oh well. Wait. Nope, that's not it.
She commented on Brian's page.
Yeah, I did send her. I'd sent her the thing, the link privately.
Tell her to get her little butt in here so Shadow can let her know what's up.
She was buying a computer.
Let's see.
Massive bullshit. Oh well.
Huge donkey turds.
Yeah. No. None of my patrons have left me yet. I like that.
Do what?
I said, well, none of my patrons have abandoned me. That's good.
Oh no, he loves you.
Ah. Yeah, the same point. I wouldn't fault anyone that said 6 months. Fuck that.
Oh.
Well, you can still do Gray Line, like you said. It's just
Yeah, it's
short
about it,
anyway.
though. Yeah.
Yeah, which sucks.
I did concede hyperbole.
Well, it is hyperbole, technically, but
Well,
whether it's hyperbole or not, there is an element of truth involved there.
Yeah, there is. There is. And I changed the hashtag to apparently this is now a thing. So I removed the hashtag Google Rapegate.
The fuck?
Because that probably was a little bit sensationalist.
The fuck just happened?
No idea.
Oh, never mind. Okay, it's fine. Everything's fine.
Don't panic.
Maybe she could, if she can't get into the Hangout, maybe she could watch it.
She should. No. She can't watch it technically, but
right.
I mean,
Oh, you're not live anymore?
can she not? Well, we are, but we're unlisted. We've been unlisted.
Oh.
Yeah, this entire broadcast has been unlisted. Not taking any fucking chances.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Yep.
Check out that picture and the link I put in the side Google bar.
Yeah, okay.
What
the?
Well,
Oh, okay.
good thing I didn't actually go up with that. Google, I'm sure, would flag that as porn too. Morons.
Yeah, she's just posted a little response. She gets it now.
Oh, okay.
She just misunderstood because of the language being used.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he did it on purpose. See how far
it was English.
I thought she made good comments.
Yeah, it was a good comment. It was a good comment. But yeah, to jump straight onto feminism,
Yeah.
I didn't. Yeah, rape is rape. Damn it.
Yeah, we're not talking rape.
Sexual assault is sexual assault.
But sexual assault is very broad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you can be legally charged and convicted with a sexual assault just for owning photographs legally, then yeah, displaying photographs unbidden is an assault on the eyes.
Yeah. I mean, if you were to walk up to somebody on the street, yeah.
Yeah, it's no different than flashing, realistically.
Yeah, pretty much.
But even in Canada, that's being redefined because it is legal for women to go topless in Ontario.
Well,
but is it legal for your granddad to go and stand outside the school wearing nothing but a rain mac?
No.
There you go.
And it's also not legal for these topless women to be bottomless.
Exactly. And they're not shoving them in your, shoving them in your face, damn it.
Yeah, yeah.
I will be completely nonsense. I will rephrase the scenario with your grandmother going out to the local school dressed in nothing but a rain mac.
Yeah, in any case.
That's cruel.
I don't know if Frank's going to jump here anyway, and we don't necessarily need to be live for the tail end of that anyway. We've been on fucking long enough. Let's cut this shit, and I'm going to add it to the other 430 hours.
Yeah, and this is at least... Fuck, this is at least what,